there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? All right, let me check. I see the mic's working. I've been busy the last few days. Getting a lot of calls from the language line. So that's been keeping me busier than normal. Let me make sure. All right, let me. Is this the end? It's the end of the world as we know it. Let me see here. All of a sudden, everything just decided it was going to come to a complete and utter fucking halt. Let's see. Let me get this started. Yeah, so I've been messing around with this, some different stream templates and trying to almost make this look like I know what I'm doing, and then when I do that, it'll be all fucked up. Let's see. Heard the fire sirens going off. It's noon, first Monday of the month. Alright, so YouTube's connected, WooCommerce connected, Twitch is connected. Let me do this for some reason. Facebook does not want to cooperate, so let's redo it. Next. So did, I think Tina Peters, I hadn't followed it. I think Tina Peters was released. So that's good. Suspended all jet fuel. Nice. I gotta see why these maps aren't coming up. And open, connection successful. Select a page. Alright, we should start seeing. Alright, the maps are slowly coming up. Let me get to... let's see here. Yeah, so in about an almost 2 hours ago, the Israelis and I forget it's not. I always want to call him Ben Gurion, but that's not it. They're let's see. That's the chat bot. Guess there it is. Let me chat. Let me undo that. All right, that should be a little bit better. So they've ordered airstrikes onto Beirut, Lebanon, about 2 hours ago. So I look for shit to heat up in the Middle East. You missed your gambling addiction? Nice. Let me get... So we got Beirut. I put that up. Let me get rid of... Put that full screen. A bird, it's a plane, it's a big gnat. Let's see. And make that full screen. So how was your guys' weekend? Did you do anything exciting? It to me, it's too quiet. Way too quiet. Trump's been a little bit quiet. I don't know. I'm getting an uneasy feeling. Let me move the Israeli alerts down. There we go. That looks better. You got 14 points waiting around for me, right? Well, my neighbor's boy, it was his 6th birthday. So I was over there for a while. Found out real quick I wasn't as agile as I used to be. Kind of half-assed threw my back out. So had to do a little Demerol to get that straightened around, so I feel a lot better, you know. These fucking little kids decided that they were gonna take these damn squirt guns and just absolutely soak me. So I was gonna try to play drown a kid, but yeah, that didn't work out too well. So let's see. And then I think it's this Friday. I got to go do an endoscopy. I think that's where they shove a hose down your neck, down your throat. So that'll be fun. I got all kinds of one-liners for those doctors. Let's see. Yeah, baby steps. You got that right. Let's see. 2 or 3 naps. Yeah. I don't know what the hell it was. I don't know if it was a super soaker or what the hell it was, but I ended up snagging one off the kid and just, I was like, you know, I've had enough of this shit, and just started pouncing them. And I told him I was going to go put on my red shirt and red shorts, and I was going to bust through the fence and say Kool-Aid, jump into the pool. They had no clue who the fuck Kool-Aid was. I think that was the funniest part about it. They're like, who's Kool-Aid? I was like, are you serious? You guys don't know who the hell Kool-Aid is? The guy that comes out and goes, oh yeah. Nothing. Zero. No response. I was like, oh my God. This is some generational fucking deprivation. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, the Beirut. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, sold a lot of shirts, which is nice. Good for you guys too. Sold quite a few of Outlandish's designs, so we'll I think they are actually doing production on them today, so those will go out probably with 24 to 48 hours. Our business has been slow, but I mean, around this time we know it like basically comes to a complete and utter halt, because most people go outside, graduations, you know, all that, so it slows down quite a bit. Gives us time to do our year-end inventory, which is starts at the end of June. That's our fiscal year. So yeah, King of the Fools, baby. There's been a lot going on. I mean, there's a lot going on, but nothing going on at the same time. I'm looking at the end of, I think after June 15th, I think there's going to be a lot of grenades thrown. This thing with Tulsi Gabbard, I've been told there's going to be a lot of shit that people are going to just have a shit fit over. Like anything else, I think we'll have to wait and see. But over the weekend, I think it was maybe Friday night, going into Saturday morning, there was an attempted hijacking. Let me see. Let me see. So the flight was going from Chicago to Minneapolis, and somebody actually breached the cockpit, which is pretty fucking impressive. Because those things, especially after 9/11, those things were reinforced like champs. So somebody had breached it. They had to divert. And I do know that they scrambled two jet fighters. I believe it was out of the Chicago area, where what they call an Alert 5 aircraft. So that was kind of weird. Yeah, did they let her free yesterday? I thought Brad had told me that I think they were ordered to go get her. He's one of my buddies at the Marshal Service down in D.C. And the DUSM had ordered them to go. Oh no, the early morning. Okay. Maybe they were just doing preparations in case. Last minute they decided, oh no, we're not doing this type shit. So, yeah, it's I'm telling you, this 2020 shit. This is going to just absolutely. I want to make that alert a little bit bigger. It's kind of hard to read. Let me alert. Unblock that, and let's make that a little bit bigger so we can actually see who's doing what, and block that in. Oh, I bet you she's exhausted. I bet you. I mean, let's see. Yeah, so at the bottom right hand or bottom left hand corner, got Beirut up there from the AP. Got the Israeli alerts up because there was a few rocket alerts earlier, probably about an hour ago in northern Israel. So this whole Middle East thing is a fucking tinderbox, and the amazing thing to me about this whole thing, so many people are just up in arms about, well, Trump says there's a deal, and then this happens, and Trump says there's a deal, and it's like, what do you want him to say? Really. If anybody believes that there's truly going to be a deal with Iran, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. There's not. You even though as much as we have learned allegedly over the number of years with we don't negotiate with terrorists. That whole regime is a bunch of fucking terrorists. I mean, it is what it is. They're activating cells. I mean, look at what happened in England over the weekend. Somebody got fucking stabbed in the neck by a immigrant, we'll say. Look at Paris over the weekend. The fucking Eiffel Tower was on fire. Now, they're saying that, it's because of the soccer, football, whatever the hell they call it. The fucking Eiffel Tower. France is going to reap what they sow. Same with England. I mean, when we have people come to this country legally, go through all the steps, right? They assimilate. They want to be. I mean, it's great bringing your culture. No problem with that. I mean, look, I was over at my neighbor's, and I'm going to have to teach myself fucking Spanish. I mean, I never took Spanish. There was no need for it, in the Navy. There's so many damn Spanish speakers. But, I'm sitting around, and I get the gist of the conversations, because it's a derivative language. But I have no, people throw a fit about people not speaking English. I have zero problem with that. Zero. They all speak English, but they're more comfortable in their native language. I have no problem with that. So, to start busting balls, I just started talking to them in fucking Russian. And then switch it up and go to Arabic. And they're looking at me like, and it was funny, the one person had no idea who the hell I was. and they were like, who the hell is this guy? And in English. And I was like, oh, I'm just INS. And the look, and my neighbor was like, oh my God. I was like, what do you expect me to say? I mean, so, but yeah, I'm going to have to, it'll probably only take me maybe, depending on how many hours, I do a day. But, people have asked me, how are you able to, learn these languages? And it's like, I don't know. It's just, you have people that are good at reading books, right? You have people that are good at mathematics. You have people that are good at working mechanics. All that fun stuff. Me, I don't know. It's just some, stupid gift that, I don't know. I find it easy and intriguing at the same time. So, especially, and you have to, basically keep up. That's why I watch mostly all foreign news. and it's just for language immersion. But, you know, I start out like you would when you're in kindergarten. You start out with, you know, the alphabet and the numbers, you know, A, B, C, or whatever. And then, you know, you start moving into, you know, small words, like common words. Just like they do in kindergarten. You know, you remember how you used to have the Big Chief pad. I don't know if they even make that damn thing, where you would make the letters real big and there would be 3 lines and everything had to be in the center. It's, you know, and they say English is the hardest language to learn. Of course, I don't believe that, but that's what I was immersed in. To me, I find the hardest language that I've had to mess with is fucking Chinese and Korean, just because there's no Arabic. I kind of picked up pretty quick, just because you can tell the different characters. You know, like in Chinese, Jun, which could mean like day, is like a rectangle box with a line through it. But then if you add 4 lines at the bottom, it takes on a totally different meaning. It's just really weird. But yeah, I look for some, I don't know, some crazy nonsense. Especially, you know, I was watching the protest in New Jersey, and they put a curfew. I think it was 9 p.m., right? And I'm sitting there, and there's this one YouTuber, podcaster. He calls himself a citizen journalist. You know, to me, in kind of a way, he's a fucking grifter. I mean, if there was a grifter, it would be this guy. Just for the simple fact is, when the whole big Ukrainian shit was going on, right? He was getting donations and going over there, buying vehicles, I guess, for the Ukrainian troops. Now, to me, even though we are quote unquote helping the Ukrainians, to me, and this person was in the military, and just by some of the things that he says, I have a feeling he had an issue in the military. You know, he's telling his viewers the cops aren't your friends. All of this craziness. But that whole thing just absolutely boggles my mind. But you know, he's out there along with, you know, other people that think along those lines, saying all this is so peaceful, and, you know, the Republicans and all of this shit will, you know, use this to institute martial law. And look, all you have to do is read. Trump doesn't need a he doesn't need a reason to institute martial law. Just go read the executive orders. That's already been hashed out, if and when they need to do it. But we are getting into riot season. it's summer. And yeah, fucking safety me. You know, and that's another thing. You're online smoking pot. Now, I have no problem with you doing that shit in the privacy of your own home. That's your own choice. But you do have kids that go through YouTube and watch it, because a lot of times the parents aren't supervising what their kids are doing, right? Like I said, I just have a feeling that with some of his views, he had some issues in the military. Not saying that he didn't get an honorable, less than honorable discharge, nothing like that. I just gather, because normally I've seen guys that have gotten, we call it the big chicken dinner, bad conduct discharge or whatever, and they get really, really angry at the government, and it wasn't volumes. Let me look at this setting to make sure that I got the correct one. Mike, let me see here. Properties. Mike. Hopefully, maybe that worked out a little bit better. I did change the not on his safety blanket while in combat. Yeah, I don't know. I just find it normally people that were in the military that have an issue with like police, whatever. Now, granted, there are scenarios where obviously it's justified, but normally they got handed something, or I mean, fuck, look, I threw the chair at a fucking full bird captain, but he fucking deserved it. It's just, I mean, and granted, look, I'm all about his right to say what he wants to say, right? And the biggest thing is I'm sitting here listening to this shit in New Jersey, and these dumbasses, oh, I have freedom of speech. Yes, you are correct. You do have freedom of speech, but guess what? Your freedom of speech stops when it infringes upon somebody else's. That's the part of the show that you didn't read. Did I see what happened in Clearwater? Teens drive by just up to no good. They handed it out in SM together. Oh, yeah, it's. I'm telling you, I think it's. I think there's going to be a multitude of things that transpire that all at once. And I believe, and I could be wrong, like I said, this weekend I really haven't followed much stuff, just this whole language line this weekend really whipped my ass, honestly. I think I've been doing language line for 15 years. And I can't remember a time that I have had so many fucking law enforcement agencies calling the language line, and then the language line going through the rotation, and they're calling, my number comes up, or there's just few people, and I know they have a shit ton of translators, a shit ton, but I just think there is so few resources right now, and so much, the matrix is so big that I mean, fuck, they even had State Highway Patrol executed a warrant, and they went in, served the warrant. People allegedly didn't speak English, okay? So they weren't able to understand, allegedly, what the warrant was about, okay? So whoever their shift commander called the judge who signed the warrant, said, hey, we're having this problem. We got to call out to the language line to get a translator in the meantime, because they haven't allegedly been able to understand what we're doing. Do we pause and just secure the scene, or can we go ahead and execute this warrant? And the one trooper that I had talked to when they called, he was like, yeah, we just decided to secure the scene because we didn't want anything with defense counsel saying, oh, because you guys, they didn't understand what was going on. Which, in a way, I kind of, as long as you can secure the scene, there's no rush. There ain't shit going anywhere. So just secure that fucker and wait. Johnny Five Nickels. And I have a feeling. I think the most pressing issue right now is 2020. And that sounded like AAA gunfire in the Beirut camp. I think that's what we're going to see shit on 2020. And I think we are going to see protest in big cities because they're going to call Trump a tyrannical, oh, you can't let 2020 die, yada yada. And from my understanding over the weekend, did John Thune send everybody home for break? If so, then looks like possibly my prediction may come true that the SAVE Act is not going to pass. All this shit, when Tulsi Gabbard pulls the pin on the grenade at the end of the month and throws it out the window, you are going to have a majority of sensible Americans, both sides of the aisle, let me see. Oh, okay. People on both sides of the aisle, if they are able to definitively show that foreign and domestic powers influenced 2020, I think we're going to see a shit show. I honestly believe, and I believe this is why quick reaction forces were trained up for riot season. And you are going to have sensible, common sense Americans that are going to be screaming at the House and at the Senate, saying, wait, Congressman, wait. Oh, the Senate returns tomorrow. Okay, I thought Thune sent everybody home. But like I said, it was just a snippet, and that's okay. Maybe they were just talking about other business, and I don't know. But whether or not the American people, I think, are going to be demanding the SAVE Act. I think it was polling at like 86%. The American people want it, right? And if Congress doesn't bring it to the floor and then move it to the Senate and then go to the president for signing, okay, they've been gone for 10 days. I know there are some committees that are still running, but I think as okay, vote on, okay. Now that makes more sense. It's political jousting. But I think a lot of this, this all is culminating into something that we're going to see, because the American people are going to demand the SAVE Act. And I'm sure Trump is going to use that and come out and say, what do you guys want me to do? They bring this bill to me, I'm signing it immediately, right? So now he's going to bounce it back onto the House and the Senate. And when they can't look, it should be simple. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat in the House or in the Senate, if the polling or however they gather the data, state of Ohio, let's say 74% of the citizens of the state of Ohio want the SAVE Act passed. no matter what that congressman's beliefs are, no matter what that senator's beliefs are, you were supposed to vote yes on that bill. Because you were supposed to represent your constituents, not your lobbyists, not your little committees, not your gang of 8. And hopefully, like I said, this is just my opinion, when this isn't put up for a vote, as the midterms get close, then I think that's when you see Trump do the emergency authorization on elections. And well, that, Jason, I don't know. I can't give you a definitive answer, but here, I believe they can. And the reason being, elections, I think the way the executive order is going to read, is a national security issue, right? Because look, you have state representatives, and this is how I think they're going to get around it. You have state representatives all over the country who are not U.S. citizens. You should not be able to. I can't go to Moscow, be a U.S. citizen, run for the Duma, win, and go in and take a seat. Not going to happen. Fuck, if you have a DUI, you can't even get into fucking Canada. Allegedly. I don't know for a fact. 1, I've never had a DUI, and 2, I'm not leaving this country. As bad as some people think it is here, you got it damn good here. I've been to some shitholes. We got it really good here. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, well, it's almost all these people that. Oh yeah, you're right, Jason, and I've been told it's going to be the way it is written. It's going to elections are a national security issue. I mean, I don't think any court can debate that. If they, Comrade Schmidt, yeah, it's. I think this is going to be these next between now and the midterms. If the look, I'm still saying I don't know if the midterms are going to happen. There are so many moving parts going on right now that lead me to believe that this isn't going to happen. Except, and I think we'll know more once Tulsi Gabbard tosses the grenade, because I was told it's definitely a fucking grenade. I mean, it may be a multitude of grenades. And I think this is where you're going to start seeing Valerie Jarrett's name come up, Barry's name come up, Brennan's name come up, a bunch of people's names come up, and, you know, Trump's going to come out and say, look, this is what we need to do. Congress isn't Congress can't get it done. So here we go. National security. Here's my EO. I mean, I heard over the weekend that there's court orders that is ordering federal court orders, voter rolls in states. Okay? States are refusing to turn them over. Now, about 6 months ago, I told people that I believe as part of this executive order, voter rolls are going to be purged. And you are going to have to maybe re-register to vote in order for you to actually vote. You know, that's let's say come the midterms, right? Because the clock is ticking. If the midterms happen and nothing is done, if the midterms happen and I don't care if there's a red wave or a blue wave, I give two shits about that. If the American people haven't been shown something prior to the midterms, we got a serious issue. And the reason I say we have a serious issue is how can you then, from that point forward, basically believe anything Trump says, right? Now, I don't think it's going to go that route. I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, not from a perspective that, you know, I'm a hate Trump, you know, that side of the aisle, the Democratic side of the aisle, or even, you know, a Republican that hates Trump. We have a serious issue because, yeah, outlandish. God, I think it's Ben Grevine, who is the head of the IDF. I believe he put out a statement about 3 hours ago, or Netanyahu put out a statement that they have ordered airstrikes inside Beirut, and Iran had said if you strike inside Beirut, and the Hezbollah says if you strike inside Beirut, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. So, well, yeah, you're right, Jason. They do need a serious case. Now, that's why I think Tulsi Gabbard is getting ready to throw that fucking grenade. Now, not saying that her husband doesn't have cancer or anything like that. I believe this is to give her cover, her stepping away, to get the focus out from her. Because I believe this grenade's going to be fucking huge. And when this report is released, and they start tying in, like I said, Valerie Jarrett, I've heard you had 2 people come out of the Biden administration to the DOJ with audio where they were bragging how they did it. And whoever this whistleblower is turned over the audio of them bragging about it. Mainly Harris bragging about it. I'm ready for a good report too. I think between now and July 4th, we're going to be at about 102 degrees, right? Fucking hot as hell, uncomfortable as hell. I think after July 4th, I think we're at like 300 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's really going to get fucking stupid. I heard about Bondi and throat cancer. I'm seeing, I was looking, and it's, TikTok is so fucking toxic. I thought Facebook was toxic. Telegram could be toxic. But this fucking TikTok is some toxic shit. And there are so many people that I was telling the big chair, I'm like, look, dude. I mean, I know you gotta take all, you gotta take all this shit serious. But how in the living hell? I mean, there was one guy that was talking about indirectly that he hopes that, somebody 86 is somebody, and how he would do it. And I'm like, you can't be this stupid. But then again, there hasn't been consequences really for anybody's actions. No one has truly, I mean, there's been a couple. I think somebody over the weekend got sentenced to 40 years for threatening to not the president, but somebody else. And I think they said they got 40 fucking years. And you should. I mean, it's really, really nuts. Outlandish, I will, I'm going to get you an email. I think we sold like 10 or 15 shirts of your design, so I'll shoot you off an email and find out if like if you want to give certain, because we're gonna definitely do something for you, because some of your designs are really getting a lot of views, so yeah, people are pissed. People are definitely pissed. And as much as I believe I can see the forest for the trees, I think the messaging is all fucked up. Like you have, we'll take just one instant, gas prices, right? It's an everyday thing that hits everybody's household. And people go and they fill up. I mean, my neighbor was telling me it cost him $500 a day. A fucking day in gas. because of his business, right? He's got 3 crews and himself. $500 a fucking day in fuel. And then you look at that, and then you hear Trump or somebody in the White House that comes out and says, oh, we're energy independent and all of this. Now, granted, I understand the whole supply demand concept, right? And all of that. You have to come out with some type of better messaging. Because I'll tell you, if you look at gas prices under Obama, then Trump, then Biden, then Trump, and you put the same time frame, you know, they got a point. Gas is higher. Now, granted, you know, we're going into the high travel season. I think a lot of that's going to be curtailed. Because I do believe we're starting to see, like in New Jersey. Oh, speaking of New Jersey, this is fucking hilarious. So, the citizen journalist that I was talking about that was in Jersey was on there bitching because the governor sold him out. Okay? Which the governor's a Democrat, and I guess in this New Jersey, they had a free speech zone. Kind of like the CHOP out west, you know, where you could just fucking go do anything you want. And they set up this free speech zone, and the governor come out and said, you can go there, yada, yada, yada. Okay? So you have all these fucking ass clowns that come out disruptive, you know, getting into an INS agent's face, any type of law enforcement's face, pointing your fucking finger at him is not free speech. It's not. You know, and then you have this woman that's standing there with a fucking megaphone saying, I demand your supervisor. Telling all these cops, right? I demand your supervisor to come here right now to talk to me with a community org. First of all, who gives a fuck about your community organizer? You know, the law is the law. Period. End of discussion. And so the State Highway Patrol was deployed. Now, the only person that can deploy State Highway Patrol is who? The governor. So the governor told these fucking people to come out. You're in your free speech zones. You can do whatever. You're not going to be, quote unquote, harassed by law enforcement. State Highway Patrol got there and broke that shit up. And you seen the citizen journalist out there just befuddled on why a Democratic governor would say this and then call in the State Highway Patrol. Dumbasses, because you guys are the fucking minority. She was probably, this governor, I'm guessing, totally spitballing, got a phone call from the federal government saying, look, dumbass, this is your options. And if you don't settle this shit down, we're coming in. And when we come in, everybody goes in cuffs. And I think that's, I mean, me personally, they buckled the pressure. You know, You're basically appeasing 20% of your populace. And then when the 80% of your populace gets pissed, well, then you have to do something, right? You know, it kind of reminds me of that phrase in that letter in the alphabet. They're not going to be able to walk down the streets. I believe we are on the total fucking verge of this. I mean, it is going to get explosive. And, you know, just some of the shit that these people, I mean, to me, I find it entertaining. And I know a lot of people don't, oh, I can't watch that. It's all, you have to be open-minded. I look at all sides. I don't care. And I don't care if it pisses me off, right? I still want to, because look, I served this country. I got fucked up in serving this country. Even though I don't agree with their view, as long as you do it peacefully, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Go out there and protest. I have a sibling that was killed, you know, serving this country. They deserve that right to peacefully go out there and make your... Now, getting into law enforcement space, pointing a finger, pushing them, throwing shit at them, and then you find it so weird that when you do that, you have like fucking 30 cops chasing you. And when those cops get you, now all of a sudden you want to cry victim. Tough shit. Yeah, I think we are, I would say we are moments away from a constitutional crisis. Moments. Absolutely moments away. I've been saying there's going to be a constitutional crisis for about 5.5, 6 years. Let's do this. Here you go, Jason. Come on. Booty boot is Q minus. Yeah, it's we are on the brink of a shit show. And it's going to get I mean, it's almost kind of hard. EBS, I don't even know if EBS is going to happen, Roland. I honestly believe that is going to be not necessarily a last resort, but I don't know if it's going to be like a nationwide type thing. I think certain areas, like hypothetically, let's say New Jersey with the curfew. I'm sure an EBS was used to send messages to everybody's phone. I think that's what possibly we are going to see. It's going to be city by city, state by state. Now, I do think once shit really hits the fan, because hypothetically, let's say they put Barry in handcuffs, right? Hypothetically. You are going to see an absolute fucking meltdown. Because this administration is going after their political opponents. Forget the fact that you raided the dude's private home on an unjustified warrant, right? Forget that fact. That was okay. Forget the fact that anybody in the Democratic Party that supported people like Bernie Sanders, okay? Anybody that was involved in the democratic process when Joe Biden was running for, to become the nominee. Where was your... This is what I don't get. Why aren't the Democrats outraged over the Democratic Party just throwing Kamala Harris on the ticket? If I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, I'd be fucking pissed. You know, I would be fucking livid. And I think that's what, if I was advising Trump, right, going into the midterms, if it does happen, you know how many times I'd be bringing that up? You call me a king. You call me a dictator. Right? Look at your own fucking party. Look what they did. They screwed you out of your own candidate. They just appointed somebody. Who's the fucking king now? Who's the dictator now? See, and I think that's where this is going. This administration is taking all these fucking arrows, right? And I think the script's going to be flipped. Hey, that's just like when the King of England came, spoke in front of Congress, which, no problem. Why are all these people that are yelling no kings standing up and clapping? Best one was the Squad. I mean, too bad that the house ushers weren't passing out knee pads, because I'm sure that dude would have got a shitload of Hummers from these people. But you're out there saying no kings. Well, here's the issue. I mean, I know quite a few sensible Democrats. My thing is, it's almost like they're brainwashed. And you have some hardcore Republican Trump supporters that are... I seen one in New Jersey. This woman, okay, you go to this protest, you have every right to go. She's a Trump supporter, allegedly, has on a Trump shirt. Over on the side that is protesting, ICE. So you instantly throw yourself into a situation, and then you're out there bashing these people just because you don't agree with their position. But you're instigating. Those are the crazy fuckers on the right that scare me just as well as the crazy fuckers on the left. Now, could she be paid? Absolutely. Could she be a paid operative to go in and to look like a Trump supporter, to stir up the pot? Absolutely. Same with, I think there are people, operatives on the other side that go in to stir the pot. Me, I got better shit to do with my time. If I'm not getting paid, I got better shit to do with my time. And even at that, I don't like being around people. People piss me off. I don't like large crowds. You know, once it starts to get more than 5 or 6, I get a little jonesy. You know, because I have a habit of looking at everything. Everything 3 or 4 times. Because I'm waiting for something stupid to happen. Absolutely waiting for something stupid. Yorga. You're moving to Ukraine? Sweet. All right, hold on. I gotta grab a beverage here. Привет, Панда. Привет. Как дела? Trying to teach Panda Russian. It's not going too well. Comprehension of Russia. Oh yeah, I position myself like when I take mom out or whatever. Oh yeah. Because my mom is a people person. She loves interacting, and I just think that's because all the years working, you know, doctor working in hospitals and shit like that. Yep. Yeah, this, yeah, Ukraine. Oh yeah, they're winning. Just a plan, baby. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of fucking planes up. Now, granted, how old's my mom? My mom will be 80. She still works. Good on her. Not she works by choice to keep herself mentally. Who's your daddy? My daddy is sadly long gone. Yeah, Booty's moving to Ukraine. Who's your daddy? Hey, man. I ain't the baby daddy. Yeah, it's 80's the new 60. Yeah, she don't act 80. I mean, I see sometimes like of course I do it too, where she'll be sitting in the, you know, like the TV room or whatever, watching TV, and I catch her nodding off. You know, it's funny because I'll do something stupid. The Azov Battalion. Yeah, my grandfather, her dad, did the same thing. He worked till he was, of course, his work was a little different. I mean, he had the farm and all that. I think he was 86, and then probably, and cancer got him. But after that, you know, it wasn't too long after that he had passed. Uh, oh, my mom wears me the fuck out. But am I the baby? No. My youngest sister, the one that lives in Texas, she's the baby. I am second youngest. And then I have 5 older brothers and sisters. my this just this was my grandfather's sense of humor. So when my mom was pregnant with my youngest sister, right? I can remember when I was a kid. We were out at my grandparents, and my mom had told my grandfather she was pregnant, right? So, this would be number 7. So, and I was young. I mean, I was probably like, well, shit, how old's my sister? I'm 8 years older than my sister. Okay? So I'd been 8, 9 years old. And so my mom and dad had told my grandpa, hey, you know, we're pregnant, yada, yada. And I remember my grandfathers, they had like, in their kitchen, you know, they had the regular, they had like a breakfast bar, right? Where it was like a round bar and you just sit and you had, okay. So I remember sitting there, and fuck, I may have been sitting in this high chair that I have at my house today. Because they don't make shit. I mean, there's no babies around, but this fucking high chair is probably like 60, 70 years old wood. I mean, they don't make stuff like that anymore. And I can remember my grandfather looking at my dad and saying, you know, she's got other holes. Okay, so naturally, I didn't know what the hell that meant, right? So my grandmother wasn't, I was really close, well, both my grandparents on my mother's side. My dad's side, my grandfather, he passed before I was born, and my grandmother spoke dick for English, so I wasn't as close to my father's side of the family as my mom's. Discount code soy mail. So my grandmother wasn't there, right? And so I was always getting in trouble by my grandfather because my grandfather would say some shit, right? And I'd go ask my grandmother, what does this mean? Okay? So I think it was like a day or two later. And so my grandfather was out. I think he was getting ready to drive his semi to Detroit to pick up steel and bring it back to Timken roller bearings. And so it was summertime, and summertime I was always out at the farm. Always. You know, I just love being out there. And so out of the blue, I just asked my grandmother, I was like, hey, what does it mean? And this is so funny that I can remember this shit. And I bring it up to my mom all the time, and she just shakes her head at me. And I asked my grandmother, I said, hey, what does it mean when mom and dad say that they're pregnant, and grandpa looks at dad and says, there's other holes. And the look on I can remember the look on my grandmother's face was like, what? Well, when my grandfather got home, she addressed the situation, and then I got a talking to by my grandfather. You cannot repeat what I say to your grandmother. Oh, I was forever getting his ass in trouble. Beirut has to be stupid. There is a bright light on the left. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think this whole Middle East is beyond a fucking tinderbox. And I personally think that Trump, bin Salman, maybe the King of Jordan are trying to basically tamper down the hot embers, right? And I think the Israeli government, BB, is trying to restoke those flames. I really, really think they are trying. Oh my God. The Rainbow Coalition appreciates your gayness. Oh no. Oh no. You're going to hell, Yorga. Oh shit. You must have got that Social Security money today. Well, I've always been told it's not gay till you get caught. Yeah, so my little neighbor boy, the one who had the birthday. So yesterday I had Miss Panned out walking her around, and he gave her a Spider-Man plush doll, like a little small one. This fucking dog has been carrying this damn thing around since yesterday. And then she tries to find different places to hide it. And then she goes and finds it and shows it to me. And then she goes and hides it again. But anytime this little boy gives her anything, oh, it's like a prized possession. Your gayness. Let me see. I want to see if I haven't checked any EAM traffic in a minute. my mother has this dog completely fucking spoiled. Literally. So, let me get this tuned in. Anytime that my mom goes to the store and gets stuff, she has to bring something back for this fucking dog. And when she walks in and she sees her carrying bags, she goes batshit nuts until she pulls something out. Now this dog is walking around with this damn Spider-Man looking for a place to hide it. She's checked the cushions on the couch. She's checked the chairs at the dining room table. I mean, she's borderline like OCD or something. I don't know. But, you know, when I first got her, my sister is a huge animal person, right? She researches everything. And when I told her what breed it was, she was texting me, oh, she'll do this and she'll do this and this. And it is so funny. Because, like, she's spot on everything. I hope your mom remembers your Hot Pockets and your High C Tahitian punch. I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna get some of that damn Thai chicken and noodles again. That shit was good as fuck, even though I paid for it. My God, was that stuff good. Yeah, I mean, I'll go through and I'll pick up all of her toys, and then when she, like, if you give her a plush toy, her whole goal is to rip that shit apart, and the stuffing goes all over the place. What? Is your boyfriend out there? Yep. All right, I gotta take her out. Her boyfriend is at the window, so she is a miniature Aussie Doodle. So it's like a Australian Schnauzer and a Poodle mix. Oh, it's not spicy. It's not like real hot spicy, but I'll tell you what, after I ate it, my forehead was sweating. That shit was so damn good. All right, give me a couple minutes. Let me run her out so she can see her boyfriend. Alright, got that frolicking nonsense done with. Let's see here. So, Trump has put out on True Social, I had a productive call with the Prime Minister, Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and the troops that are on their way have already turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, I've had a good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop, that Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel. President Donald J. Trump. So I guess we'll see. Didn't the good book say there will be wars and rumors of wars? Kind of scary when you think about it. Yeah, the peacemaker. Oh no, you can't trust any of them. I guess we'll just have to see and wait this one out, you know. Let's see here. Oh, after 6 months, I finally got an email back from Cash App. For some reason, they had my account blocked. And apparently, they finally got it fixed. Only took 6 months. Cash me outside. What's the matter, buddy? Let's see. Yeah, Yorga's favorite streamer. I think he's going on like 12, 13 hours. He was going off on his audience earlier. He was telling them, I think I'm a much enough of an adult that I know when I need sleep, because his chat was telling him he needs to go get some sleep. Fucking hilarious. Yeah. Lookner, your boy Lookner. Mr. Muppet. He does kind of remind you of Beaker. Bork, bork, and the chef. Oh, let's see here. Catch me outside. oh, looky, baby. Speaking of bananas, don't put bananas in my butt. Dino bites at noon. Dude, I'm telling you, he should get a some type of sponsorship deal for an air fryer. I think that's all that guy uses is a damn air fryer. He probably air fries toast. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm working on some other screens. For transitioning. Not Yorga's type of transitioning, but when I change scenes. I kind of dig this moving background. But I'm going to do some other, like when we switch to certain maps and stuff like that. Let's see. Let me see. Talks are continuing at a rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. See, and I think there is something, because not all of his statements have this, thank you for your attention to this matter. I think when he puts that in his statements, it's for a specific reason. I don't know if that's like a cue to for something, or whenever you see this phrase, it means it's all bullshit, or I don't know. Let me see. Bibi Netanyahu warns of nuclear threats to American cities as Europe falls into chaos. put up some audio.
These are turbulent times.
Rhaenyra is coming. You're no longer safe.
Their defeat is written. We'll secure the city without further bloodshed.
Iran due to Israeli strikes that were taking place in Lebanon, specifically on the Hezbollah terror group. But as you can see, President Trump says he has spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, as well as folks there with the Hezbollah terror group, and they have agreed that the shooting's going to stop. Israel will not attack Hezbollah, and Hezbollah will not attack Israel. So, of course, we'll see exactly how all of that plays out here as we learn just a little bit more. Now, at this point, we do have this live look right over Beirut in Lebanon. A bit earlier on today, we heard from Israel as they essentially said that their operation did continue. Of course, that was before President Trump says he spoke with Bibi Netanyahu. Want to pop this up from the Israel Defense Forces. They say 3 months of operating in southern Lebanon, the 146th Division has completed its activities in the forward defensive area. More than 550 terrorists eliminated, more than 2,700 terrorist infrastructure sites dismantled, more than 200 weapons storage facilities dismantled, and dozens of underground routes dismantled. We'll keep you updated here as we continue to get additional information on all of this. President Trump saying that he spoke with both Israeli representatives and representatives from the Hezbollah terror group, and they have agreed to stop firing at one another, which would essentially mean that based on what Iran is saying, the U.S. and Iran talks could continue for a peace deal. Right now, it looks like we do have some live events that are underway. I want to pop up the audio on this one that's coming in out of Minneapolis. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in.
Another place, and then it's not on my hands, it will be on the hands of people from Minneapolis and from you. So then the artwork will not belongs to me anymore, and then let's see how the people will answer about this project. Thank you again, and thank you.
All right, I'm just here to, again, remind everybody, Friday, June 5th, Saturday, June 6th, between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, please come to the park, and at 4 o'clock, we'll take a large photo of everybody linking arms together to be together here in Minneapolis at this wonderful park. I'm going to open this up now to any questions you have for the the folks here standing in front of you, and I'll just open it up for anyone to ask questions.
Yeah. Right. Just one thing to highlight more. Yeah. If you want to have some content, I will just paint again a little bit. I need to change myself the clothes, but then I will make some lines and stuff. So if you need, just let me know.
Do you start the painting today?
Yeah, I already started a little bit. You know, there was some lines. Yeah, I already did some lines. You know, you see there's some stick of wood, and this is the stick that helped to repair me, to know where I am on the ground, because as you can imagine, this is so big that I can't exactly know where I am. So I've got a kind of grid on the paper with my sketch, and then we have some, and you see there's like black, this is a wood charcoal that I start to have. This is the outlines of the painting. So I will finish it today, I think, the sketch. So in 5 minutes, when we finish the question, I will just change my clothes and I will go to work.
All right, it sounds like they are talking about a painting there, but you could see Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and other officials there as we hear from the artist as well. But a lot going on there in Minneapolis, and as you can see, a lot of events that are taking place nationwide and across the world, bringing those to you here on Live Now from Fox. On this June 1st, my name is Josh Breslow, and we do have to sneak in our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. A lot more live coverage coming up on the other side, but first a live look at the stock board where the Dow is in the red, down about 0.11% or 54 points. We'll be right back with more live coverage on Live Now from Fox.
30 years, science-backed, #1 doctor recommended. We've been there. Azo.
We created a cocktail that requires 7 unique ingredients. The most important one, 1800 tequila. The world's most awarded tequila, proudly poured at the world's best tequila. The world's most awarded tequila, proudly poured at the world's best bar.
John Husted protected predators instead of survivors like me, and he can't hide from that.
Protect more, earn more, achieve more. Let BCSB guide you on your safety journey.
Pizza Baked Spaghetti is back at Fazoli's for only $5.99. If that math's not mathing, allow me to elaborate. Melted cheese, loaded with sauce, topped with pepperoni, all baked to perfection for only $5.99. Pizza Baked Spaghetti for a limited time only at Fazoli's.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here on this Monday, June 1st. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do have so many different live events that are taking place here. We do have what's going to be a fireside chat involving Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis. Right now, there are other people talking in what's being called a fireside chat. I want to lift up the audio so that we can listen in again ahead of those remarks from the Florida governor and Florida's First Lady. On the other side of this, my colleague Ryan Schmelz will be right here in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Monday.
That family from ever going any deeper with the state.
Right.
I mean, that's the model, and the more we do that, the healthier everything gets. And I don't want to steal your thunder or the second, but the numbers are astounding. So
the numbers are astounding, and share them, Chad, with us. I think from there to now, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I don't want to take credit for the Secretary's cool talking point. There's, since 2018, I believe, there's 40 some odd percent, it's more than 40%, fewer children in the child welfare system in Florida than before. That is amazing.
Yes.
That is amazing.
Amen. And she's going to tell us a little bit more about that, because it is amazing. And those numbers, I love the humanity of it. I love seeing it face to face. And I love that as government, we get to be right there in this sacred, holy space with families, right there meeting them with their need, as opposed to being so far away from it. So she's going to speak more to that, but I just, those numbers don't lie.
It's working. When the church gets activated and the church leans in, I mean, God stuff happens, and you just got to kind of sit back and give him the credit.
And then, Pastor Peters, I wanted to have you talk to us a little bit about why Hope Florida and Care Portal are different than other ministries happening in the church, why this is radically different, because we're working with government and it's a whole different experience.
It is, and I would say this, I've been fortunate, I think, in this last quarter, I've had the opportunity to be with the First Lady in the Governor's Mansion 4 times in just the last maybe 3 months. Every time with pastors and faith leaders. And I'm telling you, every pastor to a person leaves inspired by a First Lady who is inviting faith leaders and pastors into her house, which she actually calls our house. She's just renting it, she says. And she just lays out the opportunity for us to participate with them in government, to be able to be resourced. And so here she is giving us this opportunity. And like, for example, there are, when I say to men in our church, hey, we got a construction trip and we're going to go build something. You know, there are guys in our church that just come out of the woodwork because they don't ever get to build things in the church environment. What I also have discovered is there are a plethora of people that sit in our pews that have the gift of mercy, have the gift of helps, have the gift of hospitality, and now they're being given an opportunity to exercise their God-given gift. And it's like, man, I can teach 3-year-olds in a class. I can greet. I know the standard ministries in a church, but now you're mobilizing me to live on mission. You're mobilizing me to go and meet neighbors, and you're allowing me to have the opportunity to go out and make a difference in their lives. And so they're living out their giftedness, and these gifts that I have rarely seen exercised in the church are now coming into full bloom, and our people are thriving.
Amen. So you can imagine Pastor Peters coming into the governor's mansion and sitting around the table with Chad and Secretary Hatch and I, and speaking this way into the very heart, into the very room in the governor's mansion. So does it make y'all feel better to know that your government is doing that?
Well, and I would say this, when I've said to people, like, whether it's Secretary Walsh or yourself, Secretary Branham, or Secretary Hatch, or the First Lady, we're sitting around and they're quoting scripture. And they're talking about the Bible study that they're in. And they're talking about verses that they're teaching their children. And they're talking about church small groups that they're in. We're not talking about somebody that figured, well, let me figure out how I can leverage the church to get my, a feather in my cap. We're talking about fellow brothers and sisters in Christ that live out the same gospel and the same mission. So I've been blown away. And every time I have the opportunity to bring guests in, and you guys have been on the tip of the spear. I'm just coming in on the back end saying, great job, and we just want to help this be more known. And so it's really not anything more than gospel partnership. And I never expected to find that in the governor's mansion. And I never expected to find that in the House and the Senate. With when I got appointed by the Speaker of the House, Paul Renner at the time, Paul goes to my church and he's like, hey, would you go and serve? And I know Paul's heart for Jesus. I know now and I'm like, how in the world did this many people who love Jesus get in politics? I didn't think you could be a Christian and serve in politics. I'm sorry.
I can't say amen to that one. I'm actually in politics. But I think it's important for us to know, because here in Florida, and I get to go everywhere, right? So, and you gentlemen do as well. So you're seeing other states replicate this. You're seeing Florida pioneering a space where if we, and my friend Dylan's right in the front, if we took one church doing one need for one family every month, how this could reform. And it's not just about helping folks in the moment, because that's okay. We're going to feed you in the moment and we're going to nourish you in the moment, but how do we sustain you?
Yeah, you know what's beautiful about this? Here's what the heartbeat of the First Lady is. I'm leaving in a few months.
Yeah.
And this cannot stop.
Right.
We have got
Amen.
to continue to let the church be the church and let the people be the people of God living on mission. And she is so committed to this. The care portal has no term limits. And that's what I love about this.
Well, little did y'all know, we're kind of handing it over to you all. That's the way that we know that it's everlasting and all enduring. That is the way that we know that Florida will take care of its families and its people, not just in the moment, not just with this administration, but with decades and decades, no matter who is sitting behind the desk. And that is why we've invited y'all here today. This is about advancing the kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a call to us. We're not here building our kingdom. We're here to further his kingdom. And I know that's your heart. And here's the thing that I would tell you too. As our church has grown, so the needs from the community grow. The longer you're entrenched in ministry, the needs will be presented. And what I actually have found is that now I don't just have to be the pastor that writes a check for every need. It would be impossible. But literally, though, people step in, it gets put on the care portal, and then they just sign it, and it never gets into the finance department because they went to Walmart on their own, and they made the purchase. And by the way, I would rather that they go do this. And I think there's a verse about it being more blessed to give than receive. And they leave more built in their faith, more discipled, more assimilated into your church. Because who doesn't want to be a part of a church that's externally focused? Who doesn't want to be a part of a church that's caring for the needs of the community? You end up taking these tools and becoming known as the church in town, or the church in this neighborhood, or the church in this community that is caring, and you don't have to turn around and keep writing checks. Your people are out there doing the work of Jesus. And so it is just a great tool. You're never going to regret being a part of Care Portal. This is going to multiply your ministry.
I want to follow up on that because I'm sure you guys are sitting there wondering, what am I really getting myself into? Sure, fire away.
I've been with the Faith and Community Network in the 90s when we first started talking about bringing the faith into the government. The government came to us one day and asked us, can you pastors and bishops, imams, people of faith, can you help us? Because all we're doing is arresting children. So I was hoping that this day would come where we'd have the faith sitting right there at the governor's table. And I'm just happy to see it. Now it's everyday common occurrence. I've been with this Faith and Community Network thing since the 90s. Here it is 2026. And a lot of other states, when we have these symposiums, a lot of states have come and asked us, how do you guys in Florida do this? How do you talk faith and government at the same time? I say, sit, listen, and learn.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Back to their state.
Well, I got to tell you, thank you for saying that. Yes. First and foremost, it starts at the top. And so there has been, as Eric mentioned, there's been this sort of notion that this is a hot stove. Like you can't quote scripture in a political speech, or, all the really wild ways we've come up with over the last, several decades to distance ourselves. Yes, sir. And so we have a governor that wouldn't stand for it. And so what I do want to, you brought up a really good point. I was going to go into it. Different administrations, I've worked for a few, have different personalities, right? And they do faith differently. Like you're probably talking about the Jeb Bush days. I met some folks at the agency still there. The cool thing about Care Portal, and this was done consciously, was this is a vehicle for that relationship to be sort of standard and set, and you guys understand this is exactly what I'm getting. It's not going to be dependent on, oh, well, this governor just fired everybody that ran that agency, so now the faith initiative's gone. And so what we hope that you guys sense and get from this is a very long-lasting way to be attached and involved. And what you're being asked is not to subvert yourself to the state. You're being asked very simply, will you at least look at the needs that we know of in your area? That's the ask. Amen. And to me, from where we started, and one of the things that Eric did when he first started his job, he went and polled the whole state, and he asked, why aren't you involved? X, Y, Z. We haven't been asked, or you shut the door on me. Those things have happened in the past, so I don't want to say they haven't. But we consciously put this together, and it has evolved way beyond my vision in a way that this could be long-lasting. And I'm going to ask you a question. The other cool thing that I think they'd like to know is one of the things I learned from Mr. Dellenbach was the churches in the state have different populations and areas of focus. Like, we really want to be a church that focuses on the kids. We focus on elder care. Can you talk a little bit about the different agencies and the populations the state has that are in crisis that we are asking churches to look to?
Thank you. And first of all, Eric Dellenbach is a tough act to follow. He was the faith liaison before me and is a great mentor to me. One of the first things he went out there and did was thank every church in Florida. Just thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing. So as Chad said, just to answer the question, all of us got involved, especially with Health and Human Services side, got involved with Hope Florida and Care Portal. Because when you go to Care Portal, we're the ones putting in the need from the agency perspective. So you know that these are highly vetted people in crisis, family in crisis. And what Faith did was transform the way we look at this family. So again, instead of just handing the family, here's the need, here's your SNAP benefit, here's your thing, and we'll hear from you again, I'm sure, in a month or two or whatever. It was to look upstream at the family, look holistically at the entire family. How did we get here? So your Hope Navigator is going to say, how did we get here? What happened? So that kind of transformation about the way that we engage families became incredibly different. So from Department of Elder Affairs perspective, if it was a senior that needed, that was isolated, lonely, and depressed, a senior that needed help to stay in their home, that's our whole charge. Yet all we would do is meet them in their crisis. And again, nothing against government. I mean, we come in it for all the right reasons, but we weren't set up process-wise to really manage how does this person live at home for as long as they want and the place of their choosing for as long as they choose. That's our mission, but we weren't living into it. So I think getting to be a part of Care Portal and Hope Florida, seeing the family, seeing the need in a big holistic way, seeing a grandmother instead of a person in need, and seeing the entire family was just a big, radical, exciting adjustment. So it didn't just change the way we processed, it also changed, and I have a lot of folks that are Hope Navigators from our agency here in the audience, it changed us as an agency. So you have Agency of Persons with Disabilities, Department of Children and Families, ACA, all of these agencies, some of them even used to just being regulatory, now deeply steeped in helping families over the long term, as opposed to, like I said, right in the moment.
And I think one of the things I want to say.
All right, we do need to pull out of this, but we are still awaiting the appearance of Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis at this fireside chat, which should be happening in the near future. But in the meantime, I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. We do need to get to our first break of the hour. We'll have more news for you coming up in just 2.
Here comes Hackerino. He's beaten firewalls, beaten cyber defenses. Advertasi. He knows what you searched, what you bought at Gentano. Always watching. ExpressVPN under enormous pressure here. A triple threat. He saved them! He saved them all!
Build your perfect storage setup with U.S. General, only at Harbor Freight.
We created a cocktail that requires 7 unique ingredients. The most important one, 1800 tequila. The world's most awarded tequila, proudly poured at the world's best bar.
limited time at Penn Station. Hot honey chicken with crispy onions. Fresh, grilled-to-order chicken topped with craveable crispy onions and drizzled with Mike's Hot Honey. New hot honey chicken at Penn Station. Love your sub.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We have some new news to get to right now. This from our colleague Brooke Taylor over at Fox News, who says that sources close to Tom Homan, the border czar for President Trump, tell Brooke Taylor that the czar visited Delaney Hall this weekend to see it for himself. She says she's told he went to oversee ICE efforts to secure the facility, working to get the state and locals to do their public safety job and respond to unlawful agitators, secure the area, and to personally observe the conditions of the facility. Now, the Delaney Hall immigration facility has been the heart of an ongoing debate between the Trump administration as well as officials in New Jersey, as New Jersey officials are calling for it to be shut down completely, alleging that the conditions there are inhumane and are not fit for people to be detained at. Republicans have pushed back on that, saying that people detained there are fed 3 times a day, and say that local and state officials need to do more to quell the ongoing protest outside of Delaney Hall that have turned violent at times. So this, again, from Brooke Taylor, she says, according to her sources, that that Tom Homan, the border czar, visited Delaney Hall over the weekend. We're still awaiting this fireside chat with Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis to get underway, but I just had something handed to me. So we are hearing from the California Attorney General, who's being joined by federal, state, and local law enforcement partners for a press conference to announce the results of an operation targeting organized criminal street gang operations in the Central Valley of California. So let's actually go ahead and take that live, turn up the audio, and listen in.
At every level of government and state, federal, local government, when they work together with a shared goal of public safety. The fight against organized crime requires constant vigilance, collaboration, and investment in intelligence-led enforcement. The bottom line is, California won't tolerate organized criminal activity that puts families at risk. Again, today is a proof point of that. Thanks to the hard work of our DOJ agents and law enforcement partners, families in the Central Valley can rest a little easier tonight. We're not just arresting individuals, we're disrupting entire criminal operations. We'll continue to work alongside the brave men and women who risk their lives every day, who don the badge and put on the uniform to protect our families and hold perpetrators accountable. As the state's chief law enforcement officer, I'll continue to marshal the resources, the expertise, and intelligence of California DOJ to put a stop to these dangerous crimes. I'd also like to take a moment to thank my team within the Special Operations Unit for their life-saving efforts as well. The Department of Law Enforcement Chief Stephen Woolery, Assistant Chief Ray Diaz, and Special Agent Supervisor Brandon Coles. I want to say their names and shout them out just to say thanks for their incredible work on behalf of the California DOJ. And with that, I'll pass it on to FBI Special Agent in Charge, Sid Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. My name's Sid Patel. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the Sacramento FBI Field Office. Operation Hands Down is a great example of what the FBI and our Homeland Security Task Force are doing for communities across the nation. The mission of this task force is to identify and target transnational criminal organizations engaged in federal crimes. The FBI serves as a significant force multiplier within this task force and for our partners throughout the 34-county region when collaborating to counter violent crimes in the communities that we serve. Today, we join our partners in celebrating the results of our shared effort to disrupt and dismantle Sereno illegal narcotic and weapon trafficking activities. Together, we're having a positive impact on our communities. During this investigation and the operation on May 28th, the FBI and our partners made 69 total arrests, and we also seized 73 weapons, some of them that you see here. These included 27 long guns and 46 handguns, 55 pounds of methamphetamine, 3 pounds of cocaine, 10 grams of fentanyl. And just to give you an idea, 10 grams of fentanyl, 2 milligrams is enough of a dosage to kill an adult. This 10 grams could have been enough to kill 5,000 people. It's a huge amount. And $165,000 in cash and assets. We also disrupted 7 planned violent acts. Operation Hands Down was launched in response to an increased number of gang members operating in the area, an increase in drug and firearm trafficking activity, and an increase in homicides tied to Sereno gang activity. This activity reached well beyond Fresno County and was a significant threat to all our communities. We could not let this continue. We had to take a stand. Over the past year, the FBI Sacramento Field Office and our Fresno resident agency surged resources into the region and funded the efforts to counter this threat. Our agents, intelligence analysts, linguists, technical teams, support personnel, they invested countless hours over the course of this investigation. Last Thursday alone, more than 75 FBI personnel supported law enforcement activity during the operation. And we are grateful to all of our local, state, and federal partners for their professionalism and collaboration during this investigation, many of them that you see on this stage. To continue to keep our communities safe, we must all work together, leveraging our strengths to disrupt and dismantle violent gangs. This is a united effort, all of us. Today's announcement demonstrates the impact we can have when we work together. The FBI and our partners will not let gangs destroy our communities and profit from a cycle of violence and trafficking. To be successful, we really need your help. If you're aware of gang activity, report to law enforcement. You can report it to the FBI at tips.fbi.gov or just call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you again for your time, and now I'd like to introduce Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent in Charge, Jeff Brannigan.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Brannigan. I am the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations in Northern California. Thank you, Sheriff Zanoni, for your leadership and collaboration, and thank you to all of our partners in this investigation. Our colleagues at the Fresno County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the DEA, the California Attorney General's Office, the Fresno County District Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. As the principal investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security and co-chair of the 30 regional Homeland Security task forces across the United States, Homeland Security Investigations is committed to protecting the public from the threat posed by transnational criminal networks. HSI's presence is global, but our commitment to public safety is local, in the neighborhoods of Fresno and across California. Thursday's operation was the culmination of a multi-agency investigation targeting narcotics and firearms trafficking activities in Fresno County and throughout the Central Valley. To the people of Fresno County, your safety is our priority. HSI and the HSTF are committed to bringing criminal enterprises to justice and disrupting the flow of dangerous narcotics, including fentanyl, and illegal firearms into our neighborhoods. I urge everyone listening to remain vigilant and to report suspicious activity to your local law enforcement agencies. Your tips can help us stop the traffickers, transnational gang members, and smugglers endangering our communities and dismantle the international criminal networks they help to sustain. Thank you again to all of our partners in this investigation. Thursday's successful enforcement actions are evidence of the impact federal, state, and local law enforcement can realize when we pool our resources and work together. HSI is honored to work alongside our law enforcement partners in Fresno County and across the state to keep our communities safe and our nation secure. Thanks very much. I will now turn it over to Fresno County Assistant DA Steve Wright.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Steve Wright. I'm an Assistant District Attorney with the Fresno County DA's Office. On behalf of the Fresno County DA's Office, I would like to thank the Sheriff's Office and all of the local, state, and federal partners for their extraordinary work on this 2-month investigation. A lot of those agencies are represented up here at the front of the room and also in the back of the room. Thank you all for your work on this investigation. I would also like to recognize from my office Senior Deputy DA Kyle McPherson and Senior DA Investigator Oscar Torres, as well as all of the other investigators, analysts, and support personnel whose work behind the scenes helped to make this successful investigation possible. While this investigation primarily interdicted the sale of firearms and narcotics by the Sureño and Mexican Mafia criminal street gangs, it also helped to solve a murder that had occurred in the city of Sanger in 2023, as well as a prior attempted murder case from January of this year and a prior felony assault. During the course of this investigation, there were also several violent crimes that were committed and that were intercepted and are currently being prosecuted, including robbery and assault with a firearm. Gang activity, illegal firearms, and narcotics trafficking fuels violence in our neighborhoods and creates victims in our community. Every firearm taken off the street, every drug trafficker arrested, and every violent offender prosecuted makes Fresno County safer. The results of this past investigation just concluded last week are still being reviewed for criminal charges. But so far, there have been several charges filed, several cases filed. There have been 15 different criminal cases filed, 13 of them in the Fresno County Superior Court and 2 in the Fresno County Juvenile Court. These cases involve 23 different individuals ranging in age from 15 to 42. The charges that have been filed so far included murder, attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, armed robbery, trafficking of cocaine, trafficking of methamphetamine, illegal firearms possession, trafficking of firearms, and sex charges. The defendants currently being prosecuted are making their initial appearances at their arraignments today and tomorrow. But as I said, the investigation is still being, the results of the investigation are still being reviewed. So we do anticipate additional charges being filed. The message today to the gangs here in Fresno County are that we will use every resource that we have to arrest you, to prosecute you, and to hold you accountable for victimizing our community. To the victims and their families, we have not forgotten about you, and we will continue to do everything in our power to get justice for you. I'd like to now turn it back over to Sheriff Zanoni. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. And before we close, I also want to give a special thanks to Sheriff's Lieutenant Jake Jensen, who is the commander of MAGIC, and Sergeant John Guzman, who is the investigative sergeant, along with Sergeant Pokolnik. They're the ones that really put this operation together. They briefed it. They got the packets. Just an outstanding job by them that couldn't have been possible without all of their hard work and dedication. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up if you have any questions.
Can you talk about some of the guns here? What are some of those guns, and if there's any of these used for murder? Or can be ballistically tested? Yeah.
Well, we just got the guns on Thursday. When you refer to ghost guns, I'd have to go down and look at each one and look for those that are unserialized, that have sort of the parts put together. As you can see, some of them are AR-15 style, 223 type of rifles. Then you have some hunting type of rifles here. You have, shotguns. Over here, we have some more shotguns. We have handguns. That's something maybe after, if you'd like to, we could go over that. But this is the issue. This is what we need to take on here in the state of California, is people possessing these ghost guns, these unserialized guns, these guns that are stolen. Those are the people that we need to go after, because this is how they are operating these criminal enterprises. This is how they are conducting acts of violence, murders, shootings, and things of that nature. So.
All right, we do need to step away from this, but you saw there the results of Operation Hands Down, which has led to the gang crackdown and the arrest of around 69 people, seizures of weapons, narcotics, you name it, a quite substantial crackdown between the federal government and the state government of California. So despite their differences politically, you can still see the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and officials in California working together to prosecute a number of alleged criminals, especially in this massive gang crackdown known as Operation Hands Down. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We have a number of live events that we are still following. We are going to hear in the 3 o'clock hour from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. So we will bring you that in its entirety when it happens. But for now, we do need to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Being obsessed with taste means every ingredient has a purpose. Agave, water, yeast, nothing more. The world's most awarded tequila, proudly poured at the world's best bar.
Auto Owners has insurance for whatever comes out of left field. That's simple human sense.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're looking at viral video that has been taken and released, and this from our colleagues over at Fox News in the San Francisco, Oakland area, saying this incident, seen in a now viral video shared on social media and officer body cam video shared by police, began with a fight Wednesday afternoon between multiple students at Fairfield High School. Fairfield police arrested 2 students and confiscated 2 backpacks, which police say contained sharp objects. A video shared on social media, which now has nearly 50,000 views, shows an officer punching the student in the head while they are face down on the ground. And now the family has filed a lawsuit against the Fairfield Police Department in response to this now viral video. Let's go ahead and play that video out. It's in the press conference right now, so let's go and see if we can catch the tail end of that live.
Camacho Brown discrepancy. Curious if that's something you're aware of and can confirm, and also if we're thinking, and that lieutenant, by the way, has been named in several lawsuits surrounding claims, again, similar to this, excessive force.
In Vallejo PD, nothing surprises me about Vallejo PD. They have a horrible reputation, and it's unfortunate that she's from that tree, because that tree is a bad one. poisonous tree, if you will. I've heard that she has personal questions there, and I get it. Then maybe she shouldn't have been working that day, because I don't think that personal issues excuses or justify the constitutional violations of any of the citizens that you have to come in contact with. It may be a mitigation factor that the police will take into consideration, but first they have to acknowledge that whatever she did was wrong, and then they have to figure out what any kind of discipline should be imposed, and there may be mitigating factors there, or it could be aggravating factors. But the fact that she comes from Vallejo or come out of a bad situation in Vallejo, that's a horrible thing, because Vallejo is terrible in terms of its police department and what it has produced down through the years. And unfortunately, if she comes out of that treatment, she may very well think that's how you treat people. That's another part of it, that she may very well think that that's the course of conduct that you engage in. But to answer the question more directly, that's a factor for the police department to consider after they determine that the conduct itself was wrong. Then that's another factor in terms of mitigation.
Following up on that, do we know why she left Vallejo PD?
No, we do not know at this time. At least I do not know.
Can I have a question for either of the two lawyers, Sarah with KPD? Can you give me a little context on the visit from the police chief? Is that a normal thing? Are you interpreting his comment about the possible charges as anything else, as any kind of pressure to drop what you're doing here, or is that normal?
No. To be honest, it was a phone call, so not a visit. It was a phone call. I was on the call. I don't think it was intended to be intimidation. He was trying to, I think, clarify to our client and, well, really to the family that whatever criminal charges could happen that hadn't been decided yet. And just so that, because he believed that the family had a different understanding. Now, how you get a personal call from the police chief to tell you that, it's a different question, but I think because of the visibility of it, that's why. There's one other thing I wanted to mention and draw your attention to, and that is hearing Officer Camacho Brown's explanation on a video, and we've got this all posted on the website. It's the same video where she says that she punched him in the face. She says her explanation is, I used the necessary force to overcome his resistance to effect my arrest. So are there any other questions I can answer? There are a lot of other questions that she's going to have to answer, and we look forward to asking them. Thank you.
You know, the mere fact that the officer says that she did what she thought was necessary, that's not the standard. It's not the standard you evaluate cases. And it's not the standard you evaluate police officers' conduct. It's an objectively reasonable police officer under the circumstances. So you cannot subjectively say that I think it was necessary to beat this kid up and punch him like I did, when you don't have objective facts that would justify that. Because she hadn't been beaten up. There hadn't been no effort at de-escalation. She wasn't being threatened. So then the question is, how do you then jump to the point where I had to use that level of force? You can't just say I did it because I thought it was necessary. And the question is, was it objectively reasonable? And that's why we're here, because it does not appear to be objectively reasonable in terms of understanding police officers' conduct and what they can and cannot do under given circumstances. Otherwise, police officers say whatever they want, do whatever they want, and there would be no way to hold them accountable. But that's not the case.
Mr. Burris, you are well versed in the need for policy changes when it comes to the police department. What kind of policy changes do you want to see happen?
Well, that's a good question, and it's one that, as you know, I'm always mindful of. I haven't gotten into the case enough to know, because we just started the early stages. The question is this a one-off in terms of an out-of-control police officer who was having a bad day, maybe? Well, that might not suggest problems. We have had cases in the past with him, but not of a high level as the department goes. I think I had more later than I have recently. So I don't know if there's any systemic issues involved here. When you start talking about kids, what is their approach to this? But those are things that have to be found out. I can't cast aspersions or make any statements about it, but I'm always looking to see, because we want to improve the situation, not only for this young man, but for the next kid and one after that. So we'll see. Yes.
family members. How is Maurice's life changed since this event? I mean, it's got to be a huge change.
Yeah, Maurice has not been the same. Go ahead.
He just smiles a lot less, like he said, scared to go outside. He just got his license 2 weeks before this and just real cautious about driving. He was so excited and now doesn't really want to drive. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. He hasn't been out. You know, we haven't let him out of our sight. We're, you know, he's just been nervous about getting back out there and behind the wheel and not knowing, you know, if a police officer will, you know, even for a minor, something minor. Now that his face is out there, he's been trying to cover his face when he goes outside. He's talked about cutting his hair, and I don't like that. I don't like that. He didn't deserve this. He's a good kid.
To both you moms, I'm curious, what would you feel like has to happen to really feel like justice is served in this case?
I believe she has to be fired, decertified, and the policy changes.
I would like to see her in jail, or, you know, prosecuted for this, personally.
You don't have any comments? Okay.
I just want to add that not only has he changed, but his family has changed because they living in fear now. And so that has caused a major impact on him. And me and him, we have conversations, you know, and the whole thing is that he don't know what's going on. And it's not only from this situation, but it's the big situation. It's the adults in the room that he has to kind of like figure things out. So he's confused, he's scared, and also limited in expressing those emotions.
In the age of social media, we have to look at a young man, 16 years old, whole life ahead of him, sophomore, star football player, when we should be watching highlights of all his greatness on a football field or in the classroom. He now has to watch over and over a viral moment of him being beat down like a dog, like a young man that had no morals, no standing. And the viciousness and the attack of this situation that Officer Camacho, Miss Brown, if you want to call her that, what she did was she had no empathy. She had no care. She didn't evaluate the situation before she got into the situation. She didn't even attempt to de-escalate it. So I feel like the humiliation ritual that he has gone through, having to see that video over and over and over again, and him having to go outside to be targeted. It's bad enough that you're a young black male, 16-year-old with dreads, but now Vallejo PD, Fairfield PD know who he is. They see his face. We have already had people that have protested or helped support Maurice say that they've been targeted, that law officers have knocked on their doors for purposes that they don't even know. So this is a hard part because as a black man, you're already targeted in America. And now that this situation has happened, it's put a bigger bullseye on his back. So as parents, I would be terrified if he drives, because it only takes them to pull you over and make some false allegation and something tragic could happen. So this is definitely a tragedy altogether.
I think that the issue of damages, although not apparent in ways, I mean, it's hard to evaluate what it means for a 16-year-old to become withdrawn, who was overt and obvious and playful and all that. But I can tell you, having a video played over and over and over again by friends, enemies, become the butt of jokes, become viewed in a negative way, it's painful. It's painful. And it will take some time to get over that. And, you know, just like other cases I've had that videos involved, those videos last forever. And the interesting part about it is we fought hard to get cameras down through the last 25 years, and they are good, beneficial, because it lets everybody see what happened. The problem with it is permanent. And the permanency of it also has its own sense of damage as well. And I can tell you, and I say this is ancient history, but, you know, one of the things that
this video
dealt with in the Rodney King case, that he had a hard time coming to grips with in his life, and he ultimately cut short his life. He couldn't get over the images he could see everybody talked about all the time. The images of him being beaten and beaten and beaten. And the helplessness that was there. But it's also the commonality, the common discussion that took place all the time. And so we kind of hope that doesn't happen here, but it could. And it could be part of, unfortunately, the damages that this partakes. And this is the part that is always disturbing to me, is that police don't always appreciate the damage and the harm that they create by their conduct. And in a situation where here, this could have been not done. It could have been de-escalated. But now what we have is kind of a permanent sitting and possibly permanent damage.
Man, she was just full-fledged punching this kid.
So no
head.
other questions, I would thank you. Unless there is no questions. Okay?
I just wanted to add one more thing.
Sure.
And I was going to mention this up front, and I do think it's an important point. There's an earlier incident with Officer Camacho Brown in Fairfield pulling a woman out of a car by her ponytail, by her hair. Right, a teenager. And even after Maurice was struck, even after he was hit, even after he was beaten down as described, after
this kind of shit right here is what gives good cops bad names.
And that's all in the video too. And you see this all from kind of the cell phone video. I assume that the Fairfield Police Department had a lot of that on body cam, but you don't see that part of it on what they released. But that just shows that
this young man is about ready to get paid.
That the officer was experiencing in that moment. She lost self-control is maybe the best excuse for her. The worst reason is that she was doing this maliciously, intentionally, to hurt somebody, to take out whatever feelings she was having on someone who didn't deserve it. Thank you.
You know, pulling someone by the hair is a form of degradation and disrespect, but it's also humiliating. Having been, I can remember having been around sisters and nieces and uncles and nieces, you know, I know that the hair thing is bad. And so you start pulling someone's hair, which means you're showing a lack of respect for them. And it couldn't be, given this dreads, it could be contempt for dreads, contempt for the look. So these are things that have to be fleshed out at some later point, but it is disturbing that we have this level of conduct out of something that is so minor, that so the little communications could have all been stopped. And the failure to exercise that kind of de-escalation resulted in this kind of harm. Thank you.
All right, that ends that press conference there. The family of that teenager filing a lawsuit and making some demands there. Now, we did want to get to something real quick here, which is we did want to get to the police side of the story. So this, according to KTVU, Fox 2 News in California, what they're saying this, according to Fairfield Police, a school resource officer responded to a physical altercation involving multiple students on campus just after 12:30 p.m. on Wednesday. Police say a high school student was fighting a school official who was trying to break up the fight. According to Fairfield Police, the officer then saw another student trying to retrieve an item from a backpack during the fight when the officer believed it was a weapon, or which the officer believed was a weapon. The officer then confiscated 2 backpacks. Fairfield Police detained the series of detailed the series of events in a lengthy press release on Thursday. Police officer then escorted one of the students involved in the fight to a campus office. They say a large group followed the pair, including other students, quote, who were actively trying to fight the student the officer had detained. After the student had been taken to the office, police say the officer tried to approach a second student who was trying to fight. The student refused to listen, according to police, and went back to a large group where more students were fighting. So there you have it, the police side of the story there. Again, I'm Ryan Schmelz. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. We do need to get to our next break of the hour. We'll have more news for you coming up.
The giant Pacific octopus doesn't move. She imagines daytime, people rapping their knuckles on the glass, huffing away when they don't see anything.
Being obsessed with taste means every ingredient has a purpose. Agave, water, yeast, nothing more. The world's most awarded tequila, proudly poured at the world's best bar.
Auto Owners has insurance for whatever comes out of left field. That's simple human sense.
Play 10 all-new games, including John Wick Continental Pursuit with the Summer Season Pass, only at Dave & Buster's.
WGU's online MSN programs are built for busy lives. Start on the first day of the month and get 24/7 access to online coursework so you can balance life and school. Learn more at wgu.edu.
For a limited time at Penn Station, hot honey chicken with crispy onions. Fresh, grilled-to-order chicken topped with craveable crispy onions and drizzled with Mike's Hot Honey. New hot honey chicken at Penn Station. Love your sub.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We are awaiting comments from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, which should happen in the next hour or so, and we will take that in the 3 o'clock hour when it's scheduled for in its entirety. Obviously, there are a lot of things that we're following related to the Department of Homeland Security, the ongoing protests in New Jersey that have turned violent and led to a number of arrests, and then you also have the issue with ICE and Border Patrol still not being funded. And we do have some news here, which is that Speaker Johnson is expected to be at the White House today for meetings with President Trump. I've got sources confirming this, as they are going to be discussing what we expect to be the anti-weaponization fund, which got a lot of blowback from GOP senators who want to see that either adjusted or taken out in this ICE Border Patrol funding bill that senators were hoping to pass before recess, but were unsuccessful because of that pushback. And so now this week, the goal is going to be for Senate Republicans to pass the ICE and Border Patrol funding bill and then send it over to the House and get that done. The initial deadline was June 1st. That deadline has now is going to pass pretty much today. And so they weren't able to make that deadline, and we'll see if they're able to finish it this week and, get it done just a couple days after the initial scheduled deadline that President Trump put in place. But we are going to head out to Florida right now, where Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis of Florida are having a fireside chat. So let's go ahead and listen into that live.
Lord, but we're not the dancers. You're the dancers. We don't deserve the credit. Every one of those 73,000, that's a real life, a real child, a real mom, a real dad in a real difficult moment. It's not Care Portal showing up at the door. It's you. This is a movement of bottom-up empowerment of neighbors seeing and serving neighbors. You deserve the credit, and for what is about to happen, buckle up, because it's about to get real serious.
Amen.
Do you know that it's 73,000 here in Florida, but this has now spread all across the nation? And there are more than 750,000 kids and caregivers that have been served, one vetted need at a time, by a local church and community members down the street. Something is brewing in the country. This is really about culture change. The times of top-down, government-controlled just systems, they don't work for the most vulnerable. And this is where I have to put my pastor. That's my side hustle. I pastor a small community church in a low-income neighborhood. So I'm putting that hat on right now just so I can talk pastor to pastor to you for a minute. Here's what's happening. It's a God thing. There is a social worker, a caseworker, a hope navigator, because the church has given to the government what belonged to us for so long. We can wag our fingers and say government all got it wrong, but we have to take some accountability to say we have outsourced what belongs to us. And what's happening right now, all across this state and all across this land, is there's a tired caseworker who's overworked and overwhelmed bringing a family who is hurting right to the door of the Father's house and knocking on the door. And they're asking, will you help me? Amen. The question is whether we're going to respond. Care Portal is just a technology that creates James moments. Right here we are. And here's where this gets really real about what Mark's talking about, what the First Lady has brokered. You're in how many of you are pastoring in a low-income zip code? You see, that's where the kids and the families are coming from. And you have something that money can't buy. You have the trust of your neighbors. Amen. But oftentimes, you're not at the table invited to solutions. You are not only at the table, you are invited to lead. Amen. So what happens if a caseworker, a hope navigator, enters a need for a single mother, fatherless children that are sitting there, they enter the need and it comes to you and it's $400. I looked at one in Orlando this morning at a low-income zip code, $400. You may get that and you know how to build a relationship with this mother and her children. Pastors, you know how to be spiritual fathers for those little boys that are in that house. Amen. Now you can get a Care Portal card. And a business in the community in real time can basically say to you, I got your back.
Amen. All right, we do need to pull away from this because we are up against our last break of the hour. But we'll head back out to that fireside chat when we get back in just 2 minutes.
From home updates to major repairs, Bauer, heavy duty guaranteed.
WGU's online MSN programs are built for busy lives. Start on the first day of the month and get 24/7 access to online coursework so you can balance life and school. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Look at this. This is a Blaze pizza, and these are our guests. Each of them has a different flavor. We love that. Because we've got ingredients to match your mood. Pick one, pick two. You do you. Any toppings, one price. And just look at this oven. It can fast fry our pizza in 180 seconds. Because around here, it's all about you. Your build, your way. Blaze Pizza. Feed your fire.
We are awaiting Homeland Security Secretary Marquayne Mullen as he is expected to give an update here in just a second. Actually, we got the wrong feed. This is the right feed. There you go. The law enforcement operations at the ICE Dallas field office, where we're expecting to hear from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Marquayne Mullen in the 3 o'clock hour. And obviously, we will take that in its entirety when he goes live. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. It's great to be with you today. We are going to head back out to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is on the monitor right now for a fireside chat, as well as First Lady Casey DeSantis. Let's go ahead and listen live.
The rest. Amen. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, unfortunately, that is the conclusion of that fireside chat. So we'll be able to clip that and hopefully play that back out a little bit later on. But let's see if we have any other news to get to right now. We do have coming. What do you say? Okay, looks like there is something going on at the ICE field office right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live to see if that's anything going on.
I'm sorry? Hopefully. You know, everything could be a little fluid depending on traffic and whatnot. So appreciate your patience. Thank you so much.
All right, that looks like they're just doing some preliminary stuff, some microphone checks and whatnot before Secretary Secretary Mullen, in fact, does take to the podium and speaks at this press conference at the ICE Dallas field office in just a little bit. And this is coming as we've got a lot of news related to the Department of Homeland Security that is currently happening in Washington, D.C. in particular, but also in the state of New Jersey, where there have been nonstop protests outside the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center in Newark, which has led to numerous arrests and days of unrest, and including the state police and officials there having to get called in to address some of these protesters, and it's gotten violent at times. And we just learned from a source familiar that Tom Homan, the border czar for President Trump, has in fact visited Delaney Hall and went in to see the conditions for himself. There's been accusations from Democrats, particular, saying that the conditions at the facility are uninhabitable, they're inhumane, and they're a major concern. But you've seen pushback from Republicans and the Department of Homeland Security saying that people there are fed 3 times a day. They receive medical care. They're allowed visitation, whether it be with family members or lawyers. So it's a major back and forth going on between both Republicans and Democrats. And you even saw House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries visit the center over the weekend. He was granted access, was joined by some members of the New Jersey delegation, and they went on to call for the center to be closed. Now we have this here. First one who broke it was Brooke Taylor, who said this: sources close to Tom Homan tell me that the border czar visited Delaney Hall this weekend to see it for himself. I'm told he went to oversee ICE efforts to secure the facility, working to get the state and local officials to do their public safety job and respond to unlawful agitators, secure the area, and to personally observe the conditions of the facility. Now, we did just get this up on the monitor, which is that it appears the Senate is in session. So we are going to probably hear from Senate Majority Leader John Thune coming up in just a little bit. Probably one of the big things we want to hear from is what's going to happen with this anti-weaponization fund that has been a big topic of contention between Senate Republicans and the White House. Senator Ted Cruz, normally an ally of President Trump, described this closed-door meeting with Attorney General Todd Blanche from a few weeks ago in the Senate. Closed doors, essentially said that fireworks went off, and there were numerous Senate Republicans in the dozens who stood up and had major issues with this weaponization fund. It's about $1.8 billion, would allow people who have allegedly been done wrong by President Biden's Department of Justice to sue the federal government and receive funds from the federal government. We have this from the Senate press gallery. The Senate has convened There is one vote at 5:30 p.m. on cloture on the nomination of Kathleen Lane to be a district judge in Montana. But besides that, we're still waiting for the Senate Minority Leader, who is going to be, or Majority Leader, John Thune, who is going to be speaking in just a little bit. And we can also expect probably the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, to take to the podium, too. This is a pretty common occurrence that they do at the start of every week. Usually at the start of every time the Senate is in session, you have members of leadership who take to their opening remarks and kind of give you an update of what to expect in the Senate throughout the week. So this is going to be a big week for the Senate GOP, not just to pass the DHS funding bill that includes funding for ICE and Border Patrol for several years. Mind you, both those agencies currently do not have any funding. They're also without a permanent leader. So it looks like Chuck Grassley is now speaking. Let's see if he makes any announcements right now.
About 43,000 jobs connected with that production. Ethanol is produced from corn. Iowa is the #1 producer of corn in the United States. The House of Representatives has passed a bill for 15% moisture or 15% mixture of ethanol with petroleum gasoline. That's E15. Up till now, E10, 10% mixture, has been considered a pretty good success story. So expanding it will have more homegrown, renewable energy if we can get E15 nationwide year-round. And it takes legislation to make that happen. In recent weeks, some of my colleagues have come to the floor to speak on this very same subject. Some for E15 legislation and some against E15 legislation. So I think there's a lot of myths about ethanol and E15 that need to be cleared up. One of those myths that continues to spread is that year-round nationwide E15 is that it is a mandate. So I want to be very clear. E15 legislation is not a mandate. It's a choice, and it's this simple. You're driving into the filling station to fill up your car. Even today, with the high price that it is, you will see that you have a choice of gasoline with no ethanol or with 10% ethanol or E15. Trouble is, not every retailer has it, but it is a choice when you go to the pump to punch the button you want for the type of gasoline that you want to put in your car. I support E15 legislation because it removes both outdated and unnecessary red tape from the EPA. Just as an example that red tape is, the law says that in some parts of our country, you can't dispense ethanol in your gasoline June, July, August, and September. You can't do it during those months. However, we've been successful under 2 years of Trump 1, 4 years of Biden, and 2 years now of Trump by presidential waiver that we can have E15 nationwide. But that's the red tape that we shouldn't have to go through, and that's the reason for the legislation. It would allow consumers to have a choice to purchase E15 year-round in all 50 states, and it takes legislation to do that because you'll never get the retailers of gasoline to spend the money to update their pumps for E15 without the legislation. Some have done it now, trusting that there'll be a presidential waiver year after year, but you can't. A lot of retailers won't depend on that. So, this legislation is not a mandate because it would not force gas stations to sell E15 if they don't want to. However, because E15 saves consumers 10 to 30 cents per gallon, I suspect that many fuel retailers will choose to provide their customers with this high-quality, low-cost, homegrown fuel. I yield the floor, suggests the absence of a quorum.
All right, you were just listening to Chuck Grassley, who is the senator from Iowa, but also the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And he was speaking about the Farm Bill, it looks like right there. Sorry, I'm looking at the monitor, waiting for Majority Leader Thune to also speak here in just a little bit. But the Farm Bill is a key piece of legislation. It funds SNAP and some of the other programs, sets agricultural policy, including trade related to agriculture, for up to 5 years. And the Farm Bill has been passed out of the House. It's currently stalled in the Senate, and one of the things that Senator Grassley was talking about was ethanol and E15 provisions that are in the bill. So that's going to be one of the things to watch for as this Farm Bill creeps over and the Senate tries to pass the House version that was able to get out of there on a bipartisan basis. So certainly something to watch for. And still looking at the monitor, does not look like Leader Thune has started speaking just yet. So what we'll do is get our first break in of the hour. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox. We are awaiting remarks from Secretary Markwayne Mullin, which is supposed to happen in this hour as well. Of course, we will take that live in its entirety when it does happen. But for now, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
From home updates to major repairs, Bauer, heavy duty guaranteed.
Auto Owners has insurance for whatever comes out of left field. That's simple human sense.
Too many survivors of sexual assault like me stay silent. John Husted would keep it that way. He took over $100,000 from a Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator, then voted to keep the Epstein files secret. John Husted won't protect us.
Something's wrong with me. No one understands. I'm useless. I don't belong anywhere. No one sees. I just want the pain to stop. Everyone would be better off without me. I needed help. MRSS was there. When you're in a crisis, MRSS brings trained mental health professionals to you. They help calm the crisis and work with you to create a path forward. Dial 988 and ask for MRSS.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We have some sad news out of the NFL world. NFL legend Raymond Berry has passed away at the age of 93. Raymond Berry played for the Baltimore Colts in the 1950s and 1960s, winning 2 NFL championships as the number 1 target of legendary quarterback Johnny Unitas. Berry's legendary career included the iconic 1958 NFL championship game at Yankee Stadium, known by many as the greatest game ever played. Berry had 12 receptions for 178 yards and a touchdown against the New York Giants, and would go on to retire with the NFL record for receptions and receiving yards, records that have since been broken. He would go on to coach the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 20. This from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And Berry saying this, Berry didn't start on his high school football team until his senior season, and his father was the head coach. He played 1 year of junior college football before heading to Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. Berry had poor eyesight and wore a back brace to correct a misalignment in his spine. In a statement from the Baltimore Ravens saying this, Raymond Berry is a football icon as one of the greatest wide receivers in league history. He routinely thrilled fans with his clutch playmaking, precise approach, and unmatched work ethic. His impact on Baltimore sports and the NFL will endure forever. We send our deepest condolences to Raymond's family and friends, and to the countless fans who were inspired by his remarkable journey. Let's go ahead and pull that statement back up from the Ravens. Again, them saying this, Raymond Berry is a football icon as one of the greatest wide receivers in league history. He routinely thrilled fans with his clutch playmaking, precise approach, and unmatched work ethic. His impact on Baltimore sports and the NFL will endure forever. We send our deepest condolences to Raymond's family and friends, and to the countless fans who were inspired by his remarkable journey. Raymond Berry was 93 years old. And this from Live Now from Fox. Raymond Berry was a two-time NFL champion with the Baltimore Colts, amassing over 600 receptions and 9,000 yards in his Hall of Fame career. And keep in mind, those were pretty big numbers back then, and those records have since been broken. Obviously, the NFL became much more of a wide receiver passing friendly league in terms of its rules in the years since Raymond Berry was playing in the NFL. And here you have this from the New England Patriots, where Raymond Berry served as head coach, coached in Super Bowl 20, as we just mentioned, saying this, we are deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Pro Football Hall of Fame wide receiver and former Patriots head coach Raymond Berry. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and everyone who loved him. And, you know, Berry played with Johnny Unitas, and many of those Colts players from those dynasty teams back in the 50s and the 60s have unfortunately passed away. One thing to keep in mind, Johnny Unitas and Raymond Berry are best friends. Raymond Berry actually gave the eulogy at his funeral, and now Johnny Unitas has his route runner in heaven. So Raymond Berry will definitely be catching passes for Johnny U in the promised land. Again, this from the New England Patriots. We are deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Pro Football Hall of Fame wide receiver and former Patriots head coach Raymond Berry. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and everyone who loved him. We've got an obituary on Fox News, or Live Now from Fox.com. Jason did a phenomenal job with that obituary. He's sitting right over there. So please go over and read that article. Raymond Berry certainly was a legend, both in Baltimore, still being enshrined in Indianapolis, as well as the Colts have since moved to that city out of Baltimore, but he will always be a legend. And those teams coached by many great head coaches, Don Shula, as well as several others, really some of the best you'll ever see in NFL history. Multiple Hall of Famers, including Johnny U, Berry himself, John Matchey. You've got Jim Parker, Lenny Moore. There were just so many great players who came from that era of football in Baltimore. And now the Baltimore Ravens are continuing that legacy, winning 2 Super Bowls since they became a franchise in the mid-90s. Again, Raymond Berry has passed away at the age of 93. We do have some events that we are still following here at Live Now from Fox. We're waiting this press conference to get underway at the Department of Homeland Security ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. We are expecting to hear from Secretary Markwayne Mullin in just a little bit. It was scheduled for about 3:10, so we're running a little behind on this right now. But we do have some other things that we're following too, including a fraud crackdown that has happened in Arizona. So let's go ahead and listen in live to that with their Attorney General speaking right now.
Being here, appreciate it.
Thank you, Attorney General Mays. Again, my name is Dr. Andrew Carroll, ANDREWCARROLL, family medicine in Chandler. I've been practicing here for nearly 30 years, and I've been in private practice for 23 of them. And the challenges that Attorney General Mays outlined are exactly the reason why private practice has become so darn difficult in this state, and why I am actually partnered up with a large company because of those challenges.
Okay, I know we just got underway with this, but Senate Majority Leader John Thune is now speaking on the Senate floor, so we do need to go to that live right now.
Illegal immigrants would be allowed to flood across our nation's southern border entirely unchecked. And I guess we really shouldn't be surprised, Mr. President. After all, this is hardly the first time Democrats have demonstrated that border security and immigration enforcement are at the very bottom of their priority list. For decades now, Democrat-led cities and states have implemented sanctuary policies that prevent local law enforcement from cooperating with federal immigration authorities. These policies have had deadly consequences, yet Democrats have defended them and continued to uphold them across the country. Then there was the crisis at the southern border. Four straight years of record-breaking illegal immigration at our southern border under Democrats and President Biden. As the New York Times reported, and I quote, "After Mr. Biden became president, migrant encounters at the southern border quickly doubled, then kept rising. New arrivals overwhelmed border stations, then border towns, and eventually major cities like New York and Denver," end quote. That from the New York Times, Mr. President. Now contrast that with today. Illegal crossings have plummeted to a trickle. And as of the end of April, not a single illegal immigrant has been released at the border and into our country for an entire year. But Mr. President, Democrats are apparently determined to bring back unchecked illegal immigration. And to do that, they are embracing the far-left ideologies of defund law enforcement and abolish ICE. These were once considered fringe positions among Democrats. Today, they're basically the official position of the Democrat Party. The junior senator from California said in January, and I quote, "I'm not giving ICE or Border Patrol another dime," end quote. The junior senator from Massachusetts told a crowd in February, and I quote, "We know that we must defund and abolish ICE," end quote. And one Democrat Senate candidate has even said, and I quote, "Dismantling ICE is the moderate position," end quote. Mr. President, this is today's Democrat Party, a party enthralled to its far-left base, and a party that has completely abandoned its national security responsibilities when it comes to enforcing immigration law and securing our borders. Mr. President, needless to say, as long as Republicans are in charge, we are not going to let Democrats defund border security and immigration law enforcement. So we're moving forward with a bill to fund these important responsibilities for the remainder of the Trump administration so that Democrats cannot again put our nation's security and American safety in jeopardy. Mr. President, I don't know who Democrats think benefits from blocking funding for Border Patrol and ICE. The American people certainly don't benefit from there being no law enforcement at the border. They don't benefit from human traffickers and drug smugglers being able to enter our country unchecked, or from rapists, murderers, and other criminals being allowed to live freely in our country. The Democrats' position puts illegal immigrants in danger as well. Border Patrol agents are the ones pulling illegal immigrants out of the Rio Grande and rescuing dehydrated migrants in the desert. But Democrats don't support these agents' work. If Democrats' position helps anyone, it helps the cartels, the coyotes, and other criminals who prefer to act without risk of detection and apprehension. And I suspect that's why we haven't heard much from Democrats in recent weeks about the core of this legislation. Democrats haven't exactly demonstrated an eagerness to come to the floor and defend open borders. And I strongly suspect that's because at some level they know that their position is completely indefensible. Mr. President, President Trump and Republicans have cleaned up Democrats' mess at the border. We've secured the southern border and put criminals on notice that they will no longer be living freely in our country. And we plan to keep it that way. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks. All right, you just heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune right there on the House floor talking about DHS funding, including a bill that would fund the departments of ICE as well as Customs and Border Protection, which has been a major holdup in the House of Representatives and the Senate, as the Senate is currently working to try and get a bill to fund those agencies for several years in a process called reconciliation, which would involve not needing Democrat votes to do it. It's one of the few tools that Senate Republicans have that they can pass legislation with just 50 votes in the Senate. Obviously, just a simple majority is needed in the House, as is always the case. But this process would essentially avoid having to negotiate with Democrats on some of these reforms that Democrats have been pushing for with ICE and Border Patrol. So the framework has been laid out for how they're going to go about this, but this anti-weaponization fund that has been proposed by the Department of Justice has been one of the major holdups when it comes to getting the bill through the Senate and through the House. And so we're expected that to be a big topic of discussion this week. Speaker Johnson, for what sources have told us, was actually at the White House today speaking with President Trump about the anti-weaponization fund. And we did just get this. So this is apparently Axios reporting that came earlier. That is that President Trump plans to drop the weaponization fund. And there was a statement that was put out by both Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, and Leader Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader. Here it is from Hakeem Jeffries. The corrupt Trump $1.8 billion slush fund for violent insurrectionists is on life support. Congress needs to pull the plug. So that's some of the first public statements we're getting from both Schumer as well as Hakeem Jeffries to this report from Axios. We just reached out to the White House to see if we can get any confirmation from this. I'm checking my sources here. Haven't gotten anything back just yet, but you have this statement here from Chuck Schumer. If Trump and Republicans are truly abandoning this corrupt scheme, they should have zero problem banning it in law. This week, Senate Democrats will push legislation to ban this slush fund and ensure no president can ever do it again. Trump's words is nowhere near enough. And there is legislation being proposed by Senate Democrats and House Democrats. There's also some bipartisan legislation being proposed by Brian Fitzpatrick and Tom Suozzi, Fitzpatrick being the Republican from Pennsylvania, that would eliminate the anti-weaponization fund. So obviously President Trump has the power just to end it by himself, but it appears that there's now this legislative effort from Democrats to codify it and ensure that it can't be proposed in some other way down the road. So certainly a lot to follow here, and we're working to get confirmation from the White House. But again, Axios is reporting that the anti-weaponization fund, the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund being proposed by President Trump's Department of Justice, has been scrapped. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox. I'm looking at the monitors here because we are still waiting Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin to speak at the ICE field office here in Dallas. We are going to take that live in its entirety when, in fact, it does happen, but we still appear to have some time to kill. It looks like he's running late. We were expecting this to begin, and I'm looking at the monitor still around, what was it, 3:10 is what we were expecting to start. It's now almost 3:30. So what we'll do is that we'll go ahead and get our next break-in of the hour, come back. Hopefully Secretary Mullin will be underway momentarily, and of course we'll take that live when it happens. Again, I'm Ryan Schmelz.
Auto Owners has insurance for whatever comes out of left field. That's simple human sense.
In Latil, in tequila we trust.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough. And the rest just clicks. It all starts with a domain. What's yours?
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're still awaiting the appearance of Secretary Markwayne Mullin, who is expected to appear here at this ICE field office in Dallas. From what we understand, this is a press conference to honor several of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers, ICE officers, who showcased terrorism during the tragic 2025 Dallas ICE facility shooting, in which a gunman carried out a targeted attack on ICE law enforcement that resulted in 3 deaths, including the gunman. Secretary Mullin will also address the serious threats ICE officers currently face, and here he is. Let's listen in live.
Some fancy tape you got there.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. We're in Dallas, Texas, at the detention center here, and while we are celebrating 3 individuals for their heroic actions taken on a very dark and bad day, something that should have never taken place, it's the irony of this is that each day we go after the worst of the worst, and that's what the ICE agents and that's what DHS and our other 21 components do on a daily basis. We focus on keeping our homeland safe. But today we get a pause for a little bit and we recognize the best of the best. See, the left, they want to demonize our ICE officers every single day, but really they're enforcing the laws that these individuals that want to demonize them, the congressmen and senators and even governors that want to go out and say they're breaking the Constitution and that they're, I'll call them all these horrific names. The truth is not one thing they can point to where they say they ever broke the Constitution. There's not one thing that they can say that they're doing that is outside the law that they are mandated to do, that Congress has the one that mandated them to do so. They enforce the laws that were passed by our nation's leaders. And when we get a pause for just a second and recognize the activities of 3 individuals that were willing to risk their lives to the same people that were simply being arrested just sometimes an hour before or the day before, but they are being processed here in Dallas, Texas. The fact that they're willing to sacrifice their lives for individuals that's in their custody would speak volumes to what type of law enforcement we have that work at ICE and at DHS. And for me, being the Secretary of DHS, it's an honor to be here today. In fact, in some cases, I feel like I shouldn't even be the one standing up here. I wasn't secretary at the time, and nor was I here during that tragic moment when 17 shots were fired from a rooftop just a few hundred feet away. But I'm honored to be invited here today, and a guy that responded quickly, that was only a few moments away when the gunfire started, who came in without hesitation. The man that's going to actually be the one that should be presenting the awards, but you're going to be calling the names out. He's going to come up here and speak for a moment, and then we're going to present the awards to these three brave individuals. So Robert, why don't you take over the mic from here?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Serna. I'm a Deputy Field Office Director for ICRO, and I was the first manager that was at the scene on September 24th. September 24th, I remember that morning, it was supposed to be, a busy morning because we had about 70 new surge hire employees coming in, deportation officers coming in. So we were going to be pretty busy that morning. I was coming to the office a little bit earlier than usual when I got notified about, shots being fired at our office. I was only about 5 miles away. It didn't take me that long to get here, but just arriving to the scene, not knowing exactly what I was going to encounter. I've been doing this job. I've been working for, in the immigration with INS and CBP and ICE for about 27 years. And, we train all the time for different situations, but this tragic situation that we had on the 24th is just, it's a senseless act. It was an act targeted, an act of violence targeted towards us, towards ICE. That morning, three detainees that were in one of our detention vans were struck by the sniper. The sniper thought that, he was striking a van with our employees, but he actually hit three of our detainees. There was 10 others in that vehicle. At the time, we did have help from some of our other partners, federal partners. So, I do want to thank that help. And we had HSI, ICE HSI, we had FBI, FPS, we had the Department of War, we had Texas DPS, and then I'd like to thank Dallas PD for responding. I remember getting here in the morning, witnessing our officers go to action and helping the individuals that were wounded with gunshots. They were treating to them. They were taking them to the ambulances so that they can be rushed to the hospital. And at the same time, we still didn't know if there was still an active shooter, if there was only one shooter, if there was another suspect that we weren't aware of. I do want to thank Dallas PD for having their SWAT team arrived here. Their SWAT team cleared our office, our whole building, and they assisted with the aftermath. Now, the aftermath, it took us a while back to get this office back into the shape that it is right now. There was a lot of windows that were shot at. We have 15 windows in the back. 7 of those were shot at with multiple rounds. So you could see there's that frame there was up on a wall. Shot went through a window, went through a wall, and then hit that frame and that glass, and went through, and then it was embedded into like the middle of our office. So there was a lot of carnage, but we overcame that, and I'm proud to be here in Dallas doing the work that I'm doing, and I'm proud of the team that we have that goes out there every day to do the work that they're doing. I'd like to say that there were many forms of heroism that day. Today, I am honored and proud to welcome Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullen, who is here to recognize 3 of these, heroes. I know he said, the best of the best, and that's correct. I'll go ahead and I'll start off with recognizing Deportation Officer Andres Goche. Dio Goche demonstrated extraordinary courage during the active shooter incident, making the initial 911 call and providing critical information. He risked his safety to extract multiple detainees from a transport van under fire, enabling them to receive life-saving care and stabilizing them until advanced medical help arrived. Andres Goche. All right. Deportation Officer Marco Solis. Dio Solis responded under active threat, administering life-saving first aid to 2 critically injured detainees. He conducted immediate trauma assessments, provided emergency care, and coordinated with responders to ensure safe casualty movement. Marco Solis.
I was worried that wasn't going to fit.
Enforcement and Removal Assistant Christopher Pine. ERA Pine administered life-saving first aid to 2 detainees, establishing a casualty care area under duress. He provided direct emergency interventions, coordinated with responders, and sustained patient stability until transfer, directly contributing to the preservation of life. ERA Christopher Pine. And now I'll pass it on. I'll introduce Congressman Brandon Gill.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Secretary Mullen for taking the time to come out to Dallas and to these genuine heroes for our country and everything that they've been doing. ICE and Border Patrol are on the front lines of not only defending American sovereignty, but keeping our communities safe and ensuring that murderers and rapists and gangbangers are not running loose within our neighborhoods. These are the guys who are making sure that America stays America, that it is a place where we can raise our kids safely and in communities that are conducive to American flourishing. And we're so thankful for the work you guys have done. Over the past several months, we've heard increasingly, really the past year, we've heard increasingly deranged rhetoric from the other side of the aisle, and I hear it every single day in Washington. I know you guys feel the impacts of that, referring to ICE and Border Patrol as Nazis, as the Gestapo and far, far worse. And eventually, some lunatic is going to hear that and believe that they are the next Dietrich Bonhoeffer and act on that rhetoric, and that's exactly what happened here. That's the kind of stuff that we are sick of, that makes your lives more dangerous and puts America at risk. These, as it happens, the same people spewing this rhetoric are the same people who are holding up funding for ICE and for Border Patrol. They're given a binary choice. They can either fund ICE and Border Patrol or, on the other hand, make your jobs more dangerous. And Democrats have routinely, for the past several weeks, chosen the latter. So what I'd like to do is say thank you guys so much for the work that y'all are doing here to keep this country safe, to keep our border secure. You guys are true, true heroes, and we appreciate it. And thank you, Secretary Mullen, and of course, we're thankful to the Trump administration for fulfilling their promise to keep our country safe.
Thank you, Brandon. And I want to point out again that, while we focus daily on getting the worst off the worst, or worst of the worst, we're definitely celebrating the best of the best. And it's frustrating to me when you hear the rhetoric of the left, and they're demonizing law enforcement for simply doing their job. And I'd like to point out that you see the individuals behind me. They're willing to run in and risk their lives for those that were under their protection. Those that the left want to demonize them for arresting because they broke our nation's laws. These three and many others were willing to run towards the gunfire, put their life at risk, put their families at risk of losing their loved ones. And I point out all the time that I guarantee you their family loves them as much as my family loves me, except they are here every single day upholding the standard of law that puts their lives at danger, and they're willing to do their job, in some cases for free, because the Democrats are still not wanting to pay them. They haven't missed a day. They continue to show up. They continue to do their job. They're continuing enforcing the nation's laws. And as secretary for the last 8 weeks, I've never heard them complain. And that's why I say I'm honored to be the secretary over, I think, the greatest group of federal employees, period. They're literally willing to do their job for free, and that's protect my yard, protect your backyard, and protect our homeland. And so, guys, thank you once again for doing that. You represent what we know is true, but unfortunately the American people, sometimes all they hear is the rhetoric of the left. And I'll tell you truly, I pray for you guys, I pray for your family, and I mean this sincerely. Love you. Thank you so much for what you do. With that, I'll stop, and we'll open it for question. I'm going to ask Brandon to join me up here too, the congressman that really overdressed for this meeting, but it's okay. I mean, I appreciate it. You look good. I mean, I told somebody one time that, the difference between my suit and your suit is, right, is when I'm wearing a suit, I make the suit look good. This suit makes you look good. I'm just playing. So let's open up for questions, and we'll be willing to fill anything you have.
Secretary Mullen, Brooke Miller with Fox News. We see what's going on in Newark with Delaney Hall. One officer was just bit in the arm. Then you had another young agitator who was just arrested for telling the officer he's going to kill him and his family.
That's right.
What are you specifically doing to protect these ICE officers who are just trying to do their job?
Well, first of all, we have zero tolerance. The president and I have talked about this. If you verbally assault our officers, if you attack our vehicles, if you attack our property, you attack the person themselves, we will arrest you. We have absolutely zero issue with you exercising your First Amendment in a peaceful protest. But when you're threatening the lives of an officer, that's verbal assault. When you threaten the lives of their family, that's verbal assault. When you spit on an officer, when you put hands on an officer, when you touch our vehicles, That is assaulting federal property and assaulting a federal officer, and we have zero tolerance. We will arrest you. What I think the best thing that's happened at the detention center in New Jersey right now is the fact that state police finally was able to respond when the Governor Sherrill, allowed them to. And it wasn't that state police and local law enforcement didn't want to help. They just were told not to help. We see over and over again in these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states where law enforcement officers, they want to do their job. That's why they signed up to do their job. But so often you have radical left leadership that doesn't allow them to do so. But when they did show up, they quickly realized these aren't peaceful protesters that the radical left politicians were telling you about. These were individuals that were well organized. We've arrested individuals that came in from Portland, not from New Jersey, came from Portland to lead. We've seen that they've been well supplied. We've seen Antifa flags being flown. And once the state police came out, and which, by the way, awesome group of guys, they understand crowd control very well, and they started pushing the individuals back after they warned them, started making arrests. You saw that the situation quickly got under control. And for us, when we first started calling, they were simply saying they didn't have the resources. And it's interesting to me that they finally found the resources and started clearing their streets. We can control our building. We can provide security for our own building. But if the city and state streets, that is their job to do. However, we will do it if we have to protect our employees, to protect the detainees coming in and out, and protecting the property if required to. But right now we have great cooperation, and we hope that continues.
And last question is your message to young men and women who might see what's going on and they decide they don't want to enter this force and become an ICE officer because of all the hatred and violence that comes along with it?
Right now, our recruiting numbers are pretty strong. Regardless of what the left it likes to say out there, people want to join this mission. It's the greatest mission, period, and it's to protect our homeland. And so regardless of the rhetoric, young men and young women, men and women from other law enforcement is coming in and joining. We're providing the training. We're providing the resources they need to do their job, and we're going to continue to do so. And as I said before, as Secretary of Homeland, it's my greatest honor to be able to represent them, and we want to thank them every single day for doing the job that they do.
Secretary Marissa Adamas with CBS News Texas. Just curious what you have to say to the families of the victims. I mean, they died in the custody of the United States.
What victims are you referring to?
In this shooting.
Oh, to here? Okay, I first of all, it should have never happened. The rhetoric that the left continues to want to spew out leads to what Brandon said, the congressman said, to this type of reaction, because when you spew it enough, eventually you're going to get someone that's mentally unstable that's going to take those words literally and not realize that it's just political theater. It's just for them to get clicks and for their social media to maybe get some attention. I tell people that in political business, people will hurt you a lot to gain themselves a little. And when the rhetoric we're hearing from the left put people's lives at risk, which has happened here, we're sorry. What we did as officers is we responded and did everything we could to save as many lives that we possibly could during that tragic day, but it should have never taken place. Yes.
You suggested that you're going to consider pulling CBP officers from airports you consider sanctuary jurisdictions. Is there any specific plan to do that in the works right now? And have you
What I specifically said in New Jersey was, since the state police and the local police says they don't have the resources to be able to respond, then we're going to have to get our resources from someplace else, because we're going to protect our men and women that work for us. And if they're not willing to do that, then we're going to pull resources too. And to pull those resources, the closest resource we have is our CPB officers at the airport. We can flex with those individuals, bring them out. They're licensed officers. We can help provide perimeters, provide security, and then we can allow our SRT to be able to go out and start clearing the streets and doing crowd control. When that takes place, I have to make a decision on my resources, just like the governor and the mayor was making decisions based on their resources. And if we do that by pulling them out of processing flights going into international airports, we will do that because we have to have resources too. Keep in mind, we're still shut down. So our resources may not be where they should be, but our men and women are still showing up and doing their job.
Do you have a plan with this in place right now, where this is?
Right now, yes. Do we have a plan to initiate it? Yes, we have a plan to initiate it if required. We're not required to do it because the state is cooperating with us, and I hope the governor will continue to cooperate with us. The mayor has been very cordial to work with too. The chief of police has been very cordial. And as long as we continue to have this partnership with local and state law enforcement, then there will be no need to do so.
To follow up on that, the transportation secretary has been critical of this plan. Have you spoken with him about it?
Actually, that's not accurate. The Secretary Duffy and I have been in communication on this. He understands. There was it was misreported out there saying that I was going to stop international flights from coming in, and I believe what he said is that I don't have the authority to do that. I don't. But I do have the authority to pull officers out if I have to, especially for security purposes for other federal officers, because we use, just like ICE can respond to airports when TSA was shut down and you saw ICE officers going in and helping process and helping with ground control. We flex with ICE officers at that time to the airport. When ICE is needing help, we can also flex with personnel that's at the airports, meaning the CBP officers, and bring them out to help ICE. Yes.
Former Border Patrol official Gregory Movina has been critical, saying
I never met the guy. I never met the guy. No, he's irrelevant to me. I don't know who he is. What else, guys?
Question about the World Cup.
Yes, sir.
How the preparations been going? Has it been challenging? And about here, we're hosting a game here in Dallas in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So FIFA's great. We have 9 games coming up here. Semifinals is going to be the last game. First game is going to be the June 14th against Japan and the Netherlands. Phenomenal facility. I mean, it's phenomenal. We just got in walking through the facility. We're doing all the preparations. We did get a little bit behind because the Democrats had a shutdown for 76 days, plus that's the 4th shutdown we've had in a year. This preparation has been going on for quite some time. We were behind on getting some federal grants out to local law enforcement, but I'll tell you, the work never stopped. This is what law enforcement does, regardless if the Democrats want to pay them or not. They continue to do their mission. They signed up to do a job because they were called to do it, not because they absolutely got into it for the pay. You'll see most officers aren't getting very wealthy. They're just providing a living, but they're willing to do their job for free. So even during the shutdown, preparation didn't stop. We have cooperation from federal agencies all through DHS and some through DOJ and through local and state. We have UAS technology going up. We have perimeters being pushed out. We're having the site being completely secured. So if you've had an opportunity to take a look at it, it's pretty impressive. And we repeat this, by the way, through 11 different cities. And we're going to have 78 Super Bowls in 38 days here inside the United States. The Super Bowl has around 250 million people that watch it. We're going to have 1.4 billion watching the FIFA games, and then we're going to have a little over between 5 and 7 international visitors to the United States, and we're going to be able to highlight the greatness of the United States along the way. So we're excited about it. A lot of preparation. The first game in the U.S. is the 12th, June 12th in L.A. We'll be there, and then for the next 38 days, I expect my wife is going to see very little of me.
Secretary, I know you keep saying.
Let me go over here. Go ahead. Sorry, I heard a question come up.
Last question.
Oh, okay.
Secretary, I know you keep saying the left, but what type of data do we have to support these claims on attacks on agents, and how are we tracking that across the country?
What do you mean data? If I talk about percentages, death threats on ICE agents went up over 8,000%. Vehicle assaults went up over 3,300%. We've had assault on officers have went up over 1,500%. So that's real data. And when you start talking about the left, we see everybody in this room that's watched the news, 5 minutes of the news anytime in the last year, have heard the rhetoric that they keep spewing about our agents simply enforcing our nation's laws. And so you have to contribute that directly to what they're saying. When you see some of the activity that's going on, you see what the left is repeating, and then what you hear these crowds start chanting, you know it's coming directly from them. And it's very reckless on their behalf. They are literally spilling Americans' blood because of what they're saying. And there's no question about it. Every time an incident like this takes place, it is directly related to the hatred that they're doing for no other reason but to get some type of political attention, because they know that our officers that work within DHS and work across the nation, be it state, local, or federal, is enforcing our laws that these elected officials passed. They're doing it every single day, making sure that we get home safe, making sure even the ones that are spewing the most ridiculous and most hateful things, making sure those individuals still get home safe before they'll get home safe to their family. And that's why we should hold these individuals, not just the three here, but every single day we should be celebrating law enforcement, understanding the risks that they put their lives at every day to make sure we're able to walk our streets, drive our streets, and go to work and get home safe every day.
Are you considering having your wife designated as a special government employee? If so,
No, that's an absolute rag. That's lied absolutely about it. My wife doesn't want to be in the public eye at all.
All right, thank you, Press.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin honoring the officers involved in that 2025 shooting outside an ICE detention facility that resulted in the deaths of 3 people, including the gunman. A lot of the focus there, especially when we got to the Q&A portion of that, was directed towards the rhetoric that has been seen towards ICE. A lot of it's still very much a topic of discussion, especially as we're seeing these protests outside the Delaney Hall detention facility in New Jersey. There's been a quite substantial back and forth between state officials there as well as the federal government, with allegations that the conditions at the facility are inhumane from the Democrats, whereas Republicans and Secretary Mullin have pushed back, saying that there are meals 3 times a day being provided to those who are staying there. There's medical care being provided to those who are detained, and there's also other like visitation and legal rights that are being provided to those who are detained at the facility. So a pretty extensive back and forth. And Mullin there actually commented on some of the state police officers who've now been sent in to the area in order to address some of the chaos that's happened with the protest outside the Delaney Hall detention facility. And some of those police officers have come under scrutiny from the protesters, saying that they were using excessive force. Now, Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic governor of New Jersey, said that there was a mischaracterization over the weekend about some of the things that they were doing, saying that there was a physical barrier that protesters were using as a weapon. And so police had to address that barrier and, pretty much make certain adjustments in order to get the crowd under control. And Mullin actually was very complimentary of those state police officers, saying that they were very well trained and had a good morale. But of course, Sherrill is still pushing back on some of the things that the Department of Justice that the Department of Homeland Security is saying, and is essentially still calling for the facility to be closed down, and still has questions about the conditions and has wanted more visitation rights and hours for those who are being detained there. But you heard Congressman Brandon Gill, the Republican, also pushing back on some of the rhetoric, saying that the situation where those officers were being honored today, the shooting that happened last year, those shootings are going to continue if the rhetoric towards Department of Homeland Security officers remains as rough as it is. So a lot to follow there, and Department of Homeland Security is going to be in the news for some time now, especially as Congress is continuing to try to pass, at least Republicans in Congress are trying to pass a ICE and Border Patrol funding bill through a process called reconciliation, which is one of the few ways Congress or Republicans in Congress are able to pass something with just 50 votes in the Senate. Now, we do have some breaking news to get to here. That is that the Department of Justice has said that it is going to comply with a court order that essentially does not allow for the anti-weaponization fund to go into effect. So let's go ahead and read off this tweet from the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice disagrees strongly with the decision on the anti-weaponization fund put forth by the United States District Court judge in the Eastern District of Virginia, wherein the court stated that under no circumstances may the Department of Justice proceed with the anti-weaponization fund recently established in order to make up for the tremendous abuse, harm, and hate unfairly shown to so many people. This fund was open to anybody who was weaponized, targeted, or persecuted, whether they were Democrat, Republican, conservative, independent, or otherwise. The department will abide by the court's ruling. And that is the very important statement there, saying the department will abide by the court's ruling, which essentially is them saying that as of right now, the anti-weaponization fund is no more. Now, could it get brought back up? Could there be some appeal? We certainly could see that. But this came after Axios reported that President Trump and the administration were considering dropping the $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. And now it appears the Department of Justice is putting out a statement saying that they are going to abide by the court ruling that essentially forbade them from being able to implement this. And can we get the comments from Schumer and Jeffries put up real quick? Because it appears that Democrats in Congress are not done here. We had Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer as well as House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries putting out statements saying that they're happy with this decision from the DOJ, but they're going to pursue legislation that would cancel out and end the anti-weaponization fund for good, essentially making it illegal for the Trump administration to pursue it down the road. Hakeem Jeffries saying this: the corrupt Trump $1.8 billion slush fund for violent insurrectionists is on life support. Congress needs to pull the plug. And we also have from Chuck Schumer a little bit of a longer statement saying this: if Trump and Republicans are truly abandoning this corrupt scheme, they should have zero problem banning it in law. This week, Senate Democrats will push legislation to ban this slush fund and ensure no president can ever do this again. Trump's world is nowhere near enough. So we do have Dick Durbin, who is the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. So he's one of the people who's kind of going to be dealing with this quite a lot. He's speaking now on the Senate floor. Let's see if he addresses this during his remarks. Let's listen in live.
Of corruption. I'll also note as part of this settlement, the IRS is permanently barred from auditing past tax returns of President Trump, his family, and related companies. Get that? Ever play Monopoly? Remember that get-out-of-jail card you hung on to? President Trump wanted a get-out-of-jail card from the federal government, his government, that he would never be prosecuted for tax fraud. Never. It included his family, his colleagues, his business buddies, and friends. That was part of this deal of creating this slush fund. Is this America? Is this a monopoly game? And if it is, it's embarrassing. Permanently barred from auditing past tax returns of Donald Trump, his family, and related companies. Taken all together, this is deeply disturbing. Senate Democrats will continue to fight this unprecedented and unacceptable $1.8 billion slush fund for January 6 insurrectionists and Trump loyalists, and will work to halt the flow of taxpayers' dollars to Trump's massive deportation campaign, while standing ready to have a serious bipartisan negotiation about the need for reforms to our immigration system. If this partisan reconciliation bill ever sees the light of day, we'll put Republicans on record by votes on this floor as to whether or not they accept this as a legitimate exercise of government function. Will our Republican colleagues stand by the Constitution and the laws of our country, or will they join the president in this folly? I hope time will tell that they will join us in a bipartisan effort to stop the slush fund. I yield the floor.
All right, he commented on a similar topic here, which was the push from the looks up here, the President Trump to pretty much stop himself from being audited in the future. So that's one of the things that we did see him address. He addressed the slush fund a little bit earlier, or not the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund a little bit earlier, but we're continuing to follow and see what the fallout is. I did just see in an email here that Leader Thune was actually asked about it a little bit earlier. So we'll go to break and we'll read through that and see if there's anything newsy from Leader Thune's first reactions to the Department of Justice deciding to comply with a court or a judge's order to not implement the $1.8-ish billion anti-weaponization fund that led to a lot of pushback from Senate Republicans. And that put a bill in jeopardy that would fund ICE as well as Border Patrol. And this is coming, there is a sense of urgency now more than ever to get ICE and Border Patrol funding through. Those agencies have gone without funding for a significant amount of time, and there is a push from Senate Republicans and House Republicans to fund those agencies in a way that would not include votes from Democrats. And without the funding there, and as the rhetoric continues to tick up, and as you've seen these protests outside the detention facility in New Jersey that have gotten violent, there is definitely a renewed push here. There was already a sense of urgency quite extensively, but now it's really a ticking time bomb is what it feels like. So let's go and get our first break-in of the hour. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox.
Too many survivors of sexual assault like me stay silent. John Husted would keep it that way. He took over $100,000 from a Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator, then voted to keep the Epstein files secret. John Husted won't protect us.
I'm Deep Sea Treasure Bar, fathoms of caramel and sea salt, caramel currants, and sunken truffle bounty.
I'm Brownie Batter Bar, rich, chocolatey, loaded, no spoon required.
Perry's Extra Indulgent Ice Cream. Find your extra.
Introducing Palmer's Brazilian Cocoa Firming Oil. Turn beach vibes on and filters off.
At times, she opened the door. It swung slowly upon its hinges, as if it were afraid to open. And she stepped out into the garden. In the garden, where the world was still, she felt something begin.
Whatever road you're on, enjoy every mile with flavor built to go the distance. Experience it all with America's #1 nicotine pouch brand. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. If you're just joining us, we have some breaking news. That is, the Department of Justice is agreeing to comply with a court order ending the anti-weaponization fund being pursued by the Trump administration. The Department of Justice saying this in a tweet. The Department of Justice disagrees strongly with the decision on the anti-weaponization fund put forth by the United States District Court judge in the Eastern District of Virginia.